So here you see what I will use for my 3 DIYs, at least if I can make it, all 3 of them. You see here I have some old trash bottles. I always love the size of this one. It looks a little bit like milk bottles. It was for just a sauce, but I really loving the shape of it. I have some paper cups I will try to make something from, and of course I will use some twine and I will use some picture frames. They are this size is great for in your tier tray, so I order them always on AliExpress, so I'm really happy with this one. I think they were 6 for I think €1 of 3 or 4. It's really cheap, so, and they are really great quality. So I'm going to try to make 3 little DIYs, and if I am correct and if everything will work out, it will be a bee theme, so we will see. So the first DIY I'm going to make is I'm going to try to make a beehive. They are very popular at this moment. Here in the Netherlands we don't see a lot of the decor from bees or a beehive or something else, so you have to make it your own. But I'm going to try to make one with this kind of twine. Of course you can use a little bigger one. First I'm going to make a little handle for over here, so before I'm going to do the rest of it. So I'm taking some wire, and I'm just doing the wire a couple of times. I think maybe 3 or 4 times. I show you that in a moment, because or else it will take much too long for you. So you see I did a couple of times. I did the wire forth and back. So you get a little bit of a thicker piece. What I'm going to do right now, just glue a little piece of my twine on top of the wire, so I have a starting point to start with my twine, because I want to have this piece of wire. I want, of course, with some twine, so I have to make a first try, and of course this piece will be in the cup, so I don't have to do that piece. So I'm just going to turn it around and just make sure that you don't leave pieces open. And of course I am already stuck to my glue, so this is not really a big task. So I'm going to finish this off, and then when it's finished we are going to do it already inside of the cup, because then we are from out there we can go further with the beehive. And of course, like I said, it's a little bit of a different beehive than normally. So you see, this is how he is finished, and of course you don't have to do it very neat, because I like a little bit of the rough side. So you see already, now you can bend it in a little beehive, and I'm going to try to get it the most of the part inside of the cup, but we will see if this will work or not. So you see here I am really squeezed it in. You see already he is now inside of the cup, and maybe if you have a little thicker cup, it would work a little bit better. But I think he looks okay. What I'm going to try now is going to do this part also with some twine, and then we're going to work our way to the outside. So I'm going to do that first. So you see already I did the first piece of the top of the beehive, but the really top I don't really like. So this is really messy, so I have to work on that. So don't consider with me. And I'm going to do the rest of the cup, and I'm going to make a little door for the beehive. But first I'm going to do the rest, and I'll show you then later the door how I did that. So, but first I'm going to do the rest. So this is how he is looking like right now, and you see already the change. I already, like I said earlier, you have to do the top, and the top I was thinking, what can I do to make a little bit of a round top. And of course I used some piece of my egg box, and I am just cutting it in a little piece and just shape it a little bit, so it's a little bit more of a round shape. So I fixed this a little bit. It's not totally to my liking, but he has to do with it. And then I was turning around, and I thought my beehive is going to be much too long. So I just stopped, and I just cut a piece of my cup. Cut a little piece off, and now I'm just going to make, with some black paint, I'm going to make a little door over here, and then I'm going to do a couple of turns of my rope over there, so then it will still look like a beehive, but he's a little bit shorter right now, because or else he would be much too long, because you're also doing a top. So this is one of them. I'm going to make a second one, and then I show you how they both look like. But just use a little a little piece of your egg box where you get your eggs in, and just cut a piece off and just fold it a little bit around, and then you can place it on the top of your little cup. So I already one done, and he's not totally to my experience, but it is the first time. You have to try it once. So I am going to try to do the second one. If he's going a little bit better, we will see. But this is the first one, and this is also a craft you can do with your children or grandchildren, because it's so much fun to make it and very easy. But at least if you don't like a little bit of fault in it. So I am really happy how they look like. So here you see a little door I already made in my beehive. And how did I do it? I just took my glue gun, and of course I have of course a new glue stick. Always when I am trying to show you what I do, I need something to make, but I think all crafters will have this. So I'm going to make a little door over here, and just try to measure it out real nice. So my little piece of twine is fitting on top of it. So I am just working my way inside of the glue. And of course later on I will cut it away. And if this, I don't know if this is the easiest one, I don't think so, but but with me it never is it never is it is easy, and I'm always working myself into the glue. So I'm going to cut this one off. So this one, and the other one a little piece, and I'm going to do the next round. And of course I will work away later on the glue wires. So I'm going to do the next layer of my piece of twine around it, and just work it. So you already have two pieces, and I am going to glue this still a little bit better on top of here, so I'm sure that it will stay in place. And I think when someone is watching me right now and see me struggling with everything, they have to think, what is this? But most of the time, at the end, it will turn out okay. So don't worry, bear with me. And I'm just going to do the third row around the door. So I'm just take another piece of twine, just lay it against the other one, and just work your way around it. And this way. Now I have to get myself off the beehive, or else I am really stuck to my own. You see already, you get already a little door, and I'm just cutting it away. And this one. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to paint this in the black color. So see, it's a little bit of a task to do, but probably there will be better ways to do it. But you know me, I always do it in a way no one does it. So, but you see, I already have two little beehives. So I'm going to paint both of the inside black. So I have the black schoolboard paint, and I am going to just work my way inside of the little door. And of course you have to be a little bit careful not to do all your twine in the black color. You see already, he gets already the black color. I will do both of the little doors and then I show you how they are looking like. So you see I painted both of the doors, and what I'm going to do inside of the beehive, of course, and I'm going to get away of the black, but I'm going to try to distress the beehive a little bit, so to give it a little bit more of the rustic feeling. So just get your fingers inside and just go a little bit, some little places to give it a little bit of a darker distressing, and also a little bit on the handle. So, and later on I'm going to do this also with the furniture wax to give it a little bit of the brown color also on top of your little beehive, so it gets a little of the shadows, especially around the edges, if I am saying it correct, at least the bottom of your beehive. I really hope the beehive is the correct word of it. Here in the Netherlands we call it bijenkorf. So now you learn also a little bit of the Dutch. So I'm going to do both of the little beehives and then I show you the furniture wax. So now we take some normal furniture wax like I always use, and I didn't clean the brush up, so I just use a little bit with the black under it too. So, and then I'm just going to place some little pieces of some furniture wax also on top of here, a little bit on the edges to give also a little bit of the rustic feeling. I don't never understand how Dyanne is always keeping her workspace so clean. With me it's always one big chaos. So I'm always so jealous on her when she is having her workspace always the nicest place and the cleanest place, because if you see me already, I am totally under everything. It is glue, it is paint, it is everything. So I am going to do this one and then I show you both of them, and of course we are going to decorate them a little bit with a little flower, and I'm going to try to make a little bee from cardboard, to just because bees are not really for sale over here, so we have to make one of our own. So I'm going to do my best to decorate the little beehives too. And if you have a big imagination, you also can use them as a bell. You can klingel, klingel your beehive. But at the end, we hope it will turn out. So before I go to decorate my little beehives, I just, for everyone who enjoys it, maybe I didn't explain it too well when I looked back at my videos. I already thought that you need a cardboard cup. You just take a little piece of your egg box and you just make sure that he is fitting in here. What you're going to do first is just do this with some twine. Then you have this with twine. Make little holes inside of your cup. Take a piece of wire and just fold them together a couple of times, and then you are going to turn it around with some rope, so you have a nice piece handle like I have here. So then you're going to stick the handle inside of your cup, squeeze the one you already have with twine on top of here, and then you are going to work everything with some twine to the underside. As long as you want you have your beehive, you can make it so short, you can make it long, any way you want. Of course this is not the normal shape of, it's most of the time a little bit more like this, but I always say then you have a unique piece. So I thought I just wanted to show you a little bit better, because I saw my videos back and it was a little bit quick. So I hope you understand right now. If you don't, just ask me in the comments. I would love to answer it. If not, if something is not totally that you don't understand totally what I did. So now we're going to decorate our beehives. So you see, I did on my computer, I printed out some little bees, and of course I am going to cut them out and just do them on a piece of cardboard, and then I'm going to Mod Podge them, and then I'm going to cut them out with the cardboard under it. So, and then I hope I get a little bee so I can stuck him on the top of my beehive, so it looks a little bit more like a real beehive, because then I have to order bees on AliExpress, and that takes a very long time. So I am going to try to make one my own, and especially because this is a DIY, now you can even say you made everything yourselves. So I am going to cut everything out, and then we're going to Mod Podge it. So you see already my little bees are drying right now, and later on I hope they will stay okay when I cut them out of the cardboard. So we will see, but for now they are looking so cute. So here you see my little bees. It was a little bit of a task to to cut them out, but I got them on cardboard and I got them cut out, and you see here they are so nice. And I'm going to decorate now my little beehive, is it? I told the whole DIY, I told the beehive, but it's here in the Netherlands you can write it in two ways. If you Google it, it can be behave and it can be beehive. So we keep it both way, both ways. So I'm going to decorate my little beehives. I will keep it this way with a little piece of flower, a little piece of greenery, and a little piece of ribbon. I won't show you everything because I think you want to decorate it your own way, the way you think it's right. So I'm going to decorate and then I show you how they look like. So I just wanted to show you just a little step what I did. You see here the little beehive, if I have to say it correct, a little bit of the green, and I did first a little bit of the green, then I did a little bow, then I did a little flower I just took apart from this one, and I'm just gluing right now on the little flower. I'm going to glue a little piece of a little bee just on top of here, just so that he's hanging inside of your little flower. And of course you have to stay a little bit. So you see already, and now I'm only have to do, because this one is already finished, so I have to do the little yellow berries, and then they both are ready. And I don't do more on top of it. Of course you can do more bees on top of it, or on your beehive, it doesn't matter, but I keep it a little bit more simple. So I'm just only doing the yellow berries, and then for me they both are finished. So here you see the end result of my little beehives, and I am really loving. They are so cute and so easy to make, and I know it's not the original. This is just an idea of mine, just with a simple coffee cup. So I hope you just try to make one of your own, because especially with making with your children, grandchildren, it is so much fun to do. So I really hope you enjoyed it. This is what we're going to use for this DIY. These are two trash little bottles we always buy here in the Netherlands, and of course I didn't throw them away. I just going to use them for another project. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to paint the lids black, and I will paint the bottle in the white, chalky white paint, a little bit of the creamy white. So I'm going to do that first. So you see already I'm doing the first coat of the chalky white paint. At least a little bit of the creamy white, and it needs a couple of coats. And you see already I changed my little placemat because I am always spilling a lot of paint. You already see on this, on this board. Dyanne can do it without it, but I am always making one big mess. So I'm going to paint this both of them in the creamy color, and this one in the black. So I won't bore you with that. So I see you when I have finished them both. So here you see already how my two little milk bottles turned out, and I hope you can see it on camera that I made with a special brush. I made a little bit more of a structure inside of my chalk paint. So I hope you can see it. What I'm going to do right now, I need two little signs, two little pictures for it. So I take you along right with me right now to my computer again, and later on we go again to for my computer for also another sign. But for now I'm going to show you this sign. So here you see how the little sign eventually turned out, and I am really happy with the little honey, and of course with the beehive, if I I speak it now correctly. So I'm going to cut them out, and then I will show you how they are looking like on my little milk bottles. So you see, I cut the little pictures out and they turned out so nice. So I'm going to Mod Podge them on top of my little bottles, but I won't bore you with that this time, maybe later on in the video. But for now I will Mod Podge them on top of each other. So here you see how my two little bottles turned out, and I am really happy with the end result. What I'm going to do right now is just going to decorate them a little, also with a little piece of ribbon, some greenery, and of course a little bit of a little flower, just the same as I did with my little beehive. So I'm going to decorate them because I think it will take much too long for you, so I show you how I did it in a moment. So, and here you see the end result of my little milk bottles, and I am very happy how they turned out, and especially because my Mod Podge didn't even wrinkle, so I am always very happy about that. And you see here, this one, Be Yourself, it is, I really love them. And you see here, I decorated a little bit more, so I just did a little bow on top of my bottle. Then I did two pieces of greenery on each side, just glued in the middle of the bow. And then later on I just took one little flower and I just glued it in the middle of it, so you don't see anymore that they were only pieces of the greenery. And then on each side a little piece of the yellow berry, and it gives already just a little bit extra for in your decor. So I'm really happy how this is also done. For our last DIY we are going to use these three little wooden picture frames. They are little boxes. Like I told you earlier, I ordered this one always online on AliExpress, because you can get them on Amazon, but the most things are from Amazon are always from AliExpress, only they are a little bit more expensive even on Amazon. So if you can order them straightly from AliExpress, and I buy them for a little cheaper. So if you want the link for it, just let me know in the comments and I will do the link in my description box. So for everyone who wants to know, let me know. So but first what I'm going to do right now is going to paint them. So you see, normally I do wax the sides of my picture frames in my decor, but this time I'm going to do something different. So I'm going to do the sides, the back, and the little corners I'm going to do in the black color. I use always the schoolboard color for it. So, and then probably the inside I'm going to do a white, or maybe let the picture totally fall into the picture frame. I don't know yet, but first I'm going to do this one in the black color, and you see already how great the little frames are. They are so easy to work with. You would almost say that you would almost say that I get paid for telling it that it is from AliExpress, but I don't even know AliExpress, not only more than from doing my orders. So, but I always love telling you the things I use for my decor and what's the cheapest way, because I always love decorating and DIYing on a cheap way. So you see, I'm going to do all three of them and then I show you them afterwards. So you see our picture frames already dried up, and what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go to my computer where I use always my program magic.com. You can, if you want to see it, just go to magic.com. There I always do transparent pictures from Google and then I can always make my own unique sign. I change the color, I change the shape, I change everything. I show you one example and then I do the rest without you, because or else it will take much too long for you. So come along with me. So here you see our unique and our own made sign. You saw already making me this one, and of course I made this one, and of course this one. So I'm going to cut them, all three of them. I will cut them out, and then we are going to Mod Podge it inside of our little frames. So but first I'm going to cut it out. So you see already I cut them out, and I take a little bit of the Mod Podge, but I do only one picture together with you, because I think you already know how you must Mod Podge your picture on top of a decor piece. So I don't think you are really looking forward to see me Mod Podge for a long time. So I'm only doing one picture, and of course I'm using a little bit more Mod Podge than normally, because I also do a little bit of the sides in a moment. But first I'm going to do this one with you. I'm just going to work my way inside of the picture frame, and I'm just going to make it fitting. And you see already he looks really nice. So I will finish this off, and then I show you all three of them, how they looking like. So here you see the three little signs. They still need to dry up a little bit more, but I'm going to place a little bit, because I have a couple of them over. I'm going to do in every right corner, I will do a little bee. So I will do that, and then I show you the finished result. So here you see the finished result, all three of them, and I'm really happy how they turned out. They only need to dry for a little moment, because it's drying not really good here right now. So he is really needs a little bit of the dry, but you see already how nice all three of them turned out.
Here are the stuff that I need right now. I have my can. I just wiped the excess powder. There was still a little bit of powder left over inside the can away with, you know, just a tissue. I have my chalk paint here. Blackboard paint actually, but it is to me the same like chalkboard paint. And I have my brush out, so I don't think I want to paint the lid, because I like a contrast between black and white. But yeah, well, if I want to paint, I can always do it afterwards. But first I want to know what it looks like right now. It's still a little bit, I see. Okay, there we go. Just start painting. And the paint is already up on my arm. I think that is a new record for me. I also think that I need some more paint. Multiple layers of paint. I think two. Beside that, this paint covers really, really well. We'll see. It also dries quickly. Time to wash my hand and let this thing dry. I think it needs half an hour. Then I'll be back with you. The can is totally dry now. and I think it looks pretty cute in black. I needed 2 layers of paint to cover everything up, and I also decided to leave the lid white because I want to have some white letters in some sort of print upon my can. So I'll leave it white, and I'm also afraid because this is really smooth plastic that the chalkboard paint or the blackboard paint doesn't attach well enough to the plastic. What I want to do now, I want to go to my computer and make myself a nice print which I can Mod Podge upon the can. Therefore I want to measure. Okay, and there went my battery again, sorry. What I wanted to say, I want to measure how large my print can be. So, let me see, put it around straight. Well, at least. The maximum is 28.5 centimeters. So that is the largest my print can be. Don't know if I'm going to make it that large, but we'll see. Maybe I divide it through 2, so 14.5 approximately for each print. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, so here we are in Photoshop. This is a printable you see here, which I found on Pinterest. I thought Bless You would look cute, and I also like the read which is around the text. My background needs to be black, and you're not going to see black letters on a black background. So what I'll show you here, I'll just start painting the white parts here in the white color. And now just have a black background. This is actually what I wanted. I want the part within the reed to be whole, and I can cut everything away around. I think it also is cute to have multiple reeds with Bless You upon my can. So I will copy these layers like so in 3 times, and I'm just going to make the images a little bit smaller together. And now I'm going to divide them throughout my whole print so everything is spread evenly. The width of the print is 28 centimeters, but the height doesn't have that high, need to be that high, because it only will cost me some printer ink. So that is why I removed or cropped actually the top and the bottom part of my image. So what you see here is what I made in Photoshop. And I will go to print this print out, and I think I just glue the whole thing upon my can with Mod Podge, and then sealing it in, of course, with another layer of Mod Podge. Here's the print. I think it looks so sweet. Time to cut out everything. This is the print. I think I need to take something off the back, because when you see, when I turn the paper around, come here you, look, there's a little, it's a little bit too large, but that doesn't matter. Just a little bit needs to come off. First, I will put some Mod Podge here underneath this edge, secure it, so then I know that it is straight. And then I just wrap it around, putting Mod Podge around the edges, I think. And then I'll see how much, yeah, it's really a little bit. I think this part has to be cut off, and I still see here some white, so just a little bit of cutting to do, and then I will move over to the Mod Podge part. to cut up everything into Mod Podge. I have a new can, so that must be no problem. Here we go. Okay, the Mod Podge part is done, so I'm closing the cap back on there. This will be leaving out for dry. And I still have to make a hole here in the lid to, well, you know, make a hole for the tissues, of course. So I found myself a knife because I don't have a drill or something like that here at home. A knife, maybe a Stanley knife, where I can cut out a small hole in the lid. Okay, later I tried scissors, huge screwdriver, but this knife works the best. I'm not going to cut out a large piece, I'm just pinching the knife back and forth. Or up and down actually. It's the center part of the lid. There is a small line which was already in there, so I'm going to use this as a guide to know where I can cut. And then carefully using the screwdriver to pinch out everything, or at least I think that goes quite naturally. Just like so. This didn't come completely off. Now of course it looks still pretty ugly. I'm totally aware of that. But at least I have a hole. I think I'll be using some sandpaper to make it a little bit smoother than it is right now, because you can see, well, from a distance actually it doesn't even look that bad. But here I still see that I can cut off some edges. But nonetheless, I have to figure out how I can do it easily, but the hole is there. I finished the lid in the hole with a knife and I used some sandpaper to make it nice and round. The Mod Podge is dry. I think it dried up pretty cute. Now I want to finish my... Oh, this is really stuck. Like that. I want to finish my can with some ribbon. Therefore I have some Farmhouse Check Buffalo style ribbon. Oh, I need a seat, of course. This was a dumb way to start filming. Okay, back again. I have ribbon, but I think my ribbon is way too large to put upon my can. I just find it too big. So therefore I have a solution. Scissors. There's a wire here that I want to cut off. I'm just folding everything into half. Therefore I have my glue gun right here. So just apply a little dot of hot glue and carefully, I hope you can see what I'm doing now, just carefully pressing the whole thing together. Now I glued it to my work pad and let go. So now my ribbon is significantly smaller. I have to measure how much ribbon I need. Just cut it right here. Really wasn't that small? find out. Because the can looks bigger than... Yeah, it still fits. Okay. Then I'll leave it that way. Gluing the whole thing up. Oh, so many glue stuck. Just some glue in the center, not too much. It isn't possible or necessary, I think, to do it everywhere, except here on the ends. That needs to be done pretty well. I'm going to quickly fold it over. Hope this works. Before my glue dries. Yes, it worked. Great. This is going to look so cute. Still need to cut off some rope here because the whole thing is letting go. And there's still some glue up in there. Here as well. Remove the excess glue. Then some glue here. Just hold it for a few seconds because I want to make sure that it's completely dry before moving over to the other part glue in. Just here and there I do some small dots of glue, not too much. Okay, time for the last dot then. Now this here is also where the print starts and ends, so I also want the ribbon to start and end there. Wiping off some excess glue. Because that will be the back, because now here is the front and you don't see anything ugly upon there. I'm going to do the exact thing with the ribbon on the bottom. I did one thing not so good on the top part that I still want to show you on the bottom part. While gluing everything together to fold it, I first glued into the center, but it is a better idea to do it on the sides. Like so. Doesn't matter if it's on the bottom or on the top, of course. Now the whole thing is sealed and it wasn't like that. Look. Oh. This holds much better than the one on top. So just a small tip if you're going to ever need a smaller ribbon. I know in America they have a lot of ribbon available. Here we only have AliExpress. And that takes some time sometimes, not always, but well, now you're here, I'll just show you how the back is going to look at the bottom part. The ribbon is a little bit stiff now because of the glue everywhere. And time to finish the whole thing off with a last dot of glue. And then my decoration on there is done. I think. At least it is done. Just have to remove some glue here and there. This is how it looks like right now. Isn't it sweet? Okay, the can is ready. Unless I think within a few minutes, oh, I need something extra. But at this moment, I should know what I wanted to have extra. The cap is really... Okay. Now I only need to have tissues. I don't have larger ones than these inside of my tissue box. So I'll just show you how you can fold them. I looked it up here on the internet because otherwise I didn't know how to do it. Let me see. I think it was this way. I just found a tutorial which shows you how you can fold napkins or anything like that into the right order. Always need two. I hope you can see properly. I'll zoom out a little bit more. You just have two sheets. Place the center over each other. So this here is the center. And then just fold it back like so. It is something like a braid. I'll do it over again. Just lay it here. And then fold this part back. Like so. And this you repeat until, well, I think there are 10 in this small package, but just wanted to show you how it works. Just repeat it. Until everything is done. And then I hope, because these things are rather thick, that my hole inside the lid is large enough to let these pass through. I doubt so, but if necessary I can always make the hole bigger, of course. And as I expected, the hole in the lid was way too small, so I wind it up a little bit. And now my tissue box is done. Let me know in the comment section what you think of it. Here you have a close-up. I think it looks perfect in every room of the house. It is such a sweet thing. And that is completely made out of trash, because otherwise I would have thrown this can away. But now I have a really cute homemade tissue box for myself.
Already the supply I need. This is the main supply I need, and of course this is old scrap wood, and I'm going to sand it first because we are going to make an old farmhouse barn door. Already a couple of months ago I made one, a little small one, to try it out, and now I'm going to start making a bigger one, so we will see how this is also turning out. So here you see already the 7 pieces. I already sanded it a little bit because I like a little bit of the rough size still on top of it, because it is eventually an old barn door. So what I'm going to do right now is just to get some painter steer sticks, and I'm going to try to make the sides of our door So I'm going to measure it out, and then I show you how that is looking like. So like you see, it was a little bit of a war between me and the wood because I tried with my glue gun, I tried with my wood glue, I did everything, but it wouldn't stick together. At the end I just got some painter steer sticks and of course some nails, and I just nailed it together, and I finally I won. So I'm going to turn it around, and now we are going to work with the front side, and of course we are going to get some painter steer sticks and we are going to measure it out. Just do it around the sides, one in the middle, and of course one over this way and one this way. So we are going to measure it out, and if we done that I will glue it together and then we are going to paint it. So you see already, this is how far my barn door is turned out, and even the front was already just a big task to get it glued. The sticks of course on the sides. You see already I did some nails, but the only thing what I can say is that it gives already a more of an old feeling with all the nails inside of it. What I'm going to do right now is just I have to place one diagonal in this way and this way. And of course you already see this is not fitting for one, so I have to make two of them. So I'm going to measure it out, and I'm going to make this two inside of the door, and then already our door is starting to look like an old barn door, especially when the battle I had to get it fixed and to get it stick to each other. So we will see what problems we will end up next. So you see already how far I am right now. I'm just a little step further. I placed the little sideways steer sticks, and of course I have to measure it out, but sadly enough the one painter stick was not long enough, so maybe you can use in the next time I would use a piece of wood so I can do it in once. I also used the nails because then the nails will come back together, and I use some for the door opening. I use some other painter steer sticks, but also I sawed off a little piece off, and I will paint this in the black color, and I will wax this first. So I'm going to wax it, then we're going to do it in the black color, this handles, and then we are going to distress it with some white to give it an old look. And of course we need a doorknob, and then we are going to decorate the door. So you see already how it will change when you wax your door. It already changes a lot, so I'm really happy with the coloring. So you see how he is turned out, and I am really happy with the dark brown color. And of course we are going to paint this in the black color. Sorry for the bad lighting because I'm in my garage and it's a little bit darker over here. So, and you see, you just saw I just used some simple furniture wax, but you can paint it in any color you like. Just what's fitting for your decor, just paint it in your color. So you see, now we are back where I always do my craft, and you see I'm just going to paint this in the black color. And of course I have to do it a little bit careful, because or else I will ruin my barn door, and that's not really the thing I want. And I will do all three of them, and then I show you how it's looking like. So here you see already how it's looking like with the black paint on it. And what I'm going to do right now, because I'm going to distress it a little bit with the black color. I'm first try to do the black color. I told you I probably do the white color, but I don't know if I will do the white, but at least I will do the black and maybe a little bit of the white, that it looks a little bit gray. So I'm going to do the little bit with the black, and of course I use an old towel. And I'm just going to do around the sides just little pieces of the black. And of course you can wipe it away a little bit if it is a little bit too much. And you see, so it gives a little bit of the old feeling to your wood. And you see, still I did still put it out of course on my towel, but still there is a lot of paint still on top of it. So I'm going to distress it and then I show you how my door is looking like. So here you see how I distress my little farm door, and especially with the parts I just cut. I especially do there a little bit of the black so it doesn't look as cut as, I don't know if I make sense. So it doesn't look like it is cut anymore this much. So, and especially around all the edges you see where you did have your cutting. So, and I am really loving it. It gives a more rustic and farmhouse feeling. The only thing I totally forgot was the doorknob. So I will make a doorknob over here, and then we are going to look like if I need a little bit of the white inside of here to also for the distressing, and then we are going to make a little wreath from cardboard for over here. But first a doorknob, and then we are going to look if I need to distress it a little bit in the white. So, and of course before for the doorknob I just use a little lid from an old bottle I have. So I'm going to glue this on top of here, and then I'm still going to paint it a little bit in the black color, because schoolboard paint is a matte finish and this is a little bit like a glossy finish, so I'm going to make it matte. So I'm going to glue it on top of it. So you see with the white paint, of the creamy paint, I just do a little piece, at really a little piece, because if I don't like it too much if it is too white. But of course if you like more of the farmhouse which is a little bit more on the white side, then you of course you have to do more and more white if you like that. But this is not really my thing, so I'm just doing little pieces of the white, a little bit mixed with the black, so it looks a little bit more gray. So, but of course do whatever you think is right, but I'm loving it a little bit more this way and a little bit more on the rustic side. So I will finish this off, and then we are going to decorate it with a little wreath. So before we make our little wreath, we just take an old piece of cardboard, and I'm just using a little round what I think is big enough for my wreath. And of course I am going to measure it out, and I'm just going to cut it out. So you see I'm just making a little round. You can use any size you want. If you want to have it bigger, you're free to do. So I'm going to cut this one out, and then I'm going to be back with you, because then we are going to do our picture on it. So you see, this is the little round, and I just made already on my computer my little sign. Just use a word from Google, Boggle, not from Boggle, from Google. I just used my normal print, and of course I did the buffalo check in it, I did welcome in it, and I did a little piece of lemon inside of it, and so you make your own unique piece. I'm going to cut this also out, and then we are going to glue it on top of here. So you see already I cut out my picture, and of course I see that that the round is a little bit rough. But I did it especially because my cardboard is a little bit bigger, because what we're going to do, because you don't see the sides in a moment. So first I'm going to Mod Podge this on top of my cardboard. So I'm just going to do a little bit of Mod Podge over here, and just do our print on top of it. So you see, and now we're going to do a next layer on the above. So you see already, and a little piece over here. And when this is dried up, I'm going to show you what we are going to do with the side, because I told you it has to be a wreath. So, and at this moment it's not looking like a wreath, so I will make it a wreath in a moment. So, but this has to dry for a little while, and then I will be back. So now my little picture is drying. I'm going to take a little piece of my garland again. I use this garland already in so many DIYs. It's so nice, because one garland you can do so much with it. And I'm going to pull a couple of the little branches out, and you see they are really nice branches to work with, because especially it looks great on a little bit of the rustic color. So what I'm going to do right now, because we need to have a wreath, I'm going to cut the stems out of off. So you see that you don't see that it is really a fake garland. And of course in the top is always a little piece standing, and I don't like that. So I'm always cutting that out. And what I'm going to do right now, when my picture is dried, I'm going to lay them. I will show you a little bit. I will lay them at the side. Of course I will cut it a little bit smaller, so we make a little wreath this way. So but first I have to prepare everything, and then I show you how I make my wreath. So you see my little picture dried up for the most of the the most part. What I'm going to do is just do a little piece of glue on the side and just over here. And what I'm going to do is just lay down a little bit sideways my little branch. So just keeping it this way. And I'm going to do the next one. I'm just going to layer it just also over here, and so I'm going to do around. So, and then I show you how that is looking like, because this will take much too long for you. So I thought I'd just come on and show you a little bit in between. You see already I am almost there, and this is so easy. Just take a little piece and just do on the edges a little bit of glue and just lay it under the other one and just squeeze it together, so a little bit on each other, and then you will see it sticks this way, and so you get a little layer and you get your own little wreath. And so easy with a piece of old cardboard, a little print, and some old branches you have laying around. So this is how your little wreath turned out. What I'm going to do right now, I just take a piece of ribbon and I will glue it on the back side. And you see already how nice this looks. And then we are going to do it on our barn door. But I really love the color. And like I said earlier, it is so easy to make. So here you see how my barn door turned out. Also with the white. And I mix it a little bit like this gray. But I have to get used to it a little bit, so I don't know if I will keep it this way. I love to hear your opinion, if you would keep the white or just paint it away. So leave me a comment if you like what you will do. So this is my little wreath, and of course I will hang it over here. And when I'm looking at it, maybe the wreath could have been a little bit bigger, but I am really loving how the wreath is turned out. So I'm going to attach this one, and then I show you the end result. So here you see the final result of my barn door. I'm really loving it. I love the rustic color and the rustic touch on it, and especially this black distressing I really love. Like I said, the white I have to get used to it, but with the beautiful tulips, they are from AliExpress. And of course the black face I painted with the faux pears in it, they are also from AliExpress. And of course I have it under my TV. We have a very big TV because we love movies. And you see here the buffalo checks are from AliExpress pillows, and the black and the creamy ones are from IKEA also, so you still can get them. And you see here I have my barn door under it, and I am really loving it. Like I said, the only thing I would have done differently with the barn door is just do a little piece of wood longer. So I think the measurement will be a little bit better, and I already took one piece longer, so the eventually size were one smaller, but I am very happy how they turned out. So here you see the main things we are going to use for this 4th of July DIY, and of course an old piece of wood from a pallet. We had 4 pallets in our home, and I thought maybe we can use them for something. And of course I torn them all apart. I gave a couple of pieces to Dyanne, and of course we are keeping a couple of pieces, and you see here already still the nails are inside of it. I'm going to use to make some firecrackers from, so I'm going to measure it out to have 3 different heights of firecrackers. So I'm going to measure it out and then we are going to saw it out. So here you see already my measurements I made. I made a one of 25 centimeters, one of 20 and one of 15. So this should be okay. And then of course we are going to saw it out, and I'm going to do on the cup, on the top of the firecracker, I'm going to make a little hole where I can do a little hole. I can do some rope inside of it to use as a top of my firecracker. So I take you along now to my saw. So, and before we are going to saw our pieces, you have to see my inspiration piece, and these are the 3 firecrackers for 18 euros and 19 cents, and it's in dollars it's a little bit like $20, and I think that's a lot of money for 3 firecrackers. And of course I'm going to make my own for only a couple of euros. So because I only have to do the paint, of course I had the wood for free, so I only have to do the paint. So let's go on and let's saw our piece. So here you see the 3 pieces I just saw, and you see here, you can see that it still is from an old palette, but I don't mind. It gives also a little bit of the rustic feeling. And if we paint it, and of course you can work it away with some speckle or with something else to make it smooth, but I don't mind. So what I'm going to do right now, give them a color. I will paint the big one blue, this one red, and this one white. So I'm going to do a first coat on top of them, and then we are going to see how it will look. So like I said, I will do the first one I will do in the blue, but I'm going to do the darker blue because I love a little bit of the more darker feeling. Darker feeling? Is that a word? Darker feeling. A little bit of the rustic and the warmer feeling, so that's why I'm going to do a little bit of the darker blue. But of course you can do any color you like. If you even don't want to have it for the 4th of July, you still can give it another color. You can give it the white or black and distress it a little bit, and you also have 3 pieces a little bit more like the farmhouse style. I love that also very much. So you see, I am a little bit busy with the colors, and I won't bore you with that. So I'm showing you when all 3 of them have a color. So here you see already my blocks are already almost dried up, and I'm going to keep them very simple. I will keep them with an old rustic flag on top of it, with some twine and some twine wig on top of it. And then for me they are already finished, because I love a little bit more of the rustic and the neutral way. But of course you can go any way you want. I found some 3 tags already laying around. I cut them out a while ago, and I did already paint them in the black color, but of course I will give them a black, dark blue, dark red and a white color, because I'm going to use them also for the 4th of July, and they are very easy to use in your tier tray. And I show you my inspiration piece I already have. You see here, this one for almost 38 euros. It's a little bit like $40 for 2 little tags. So I found that very, very expensive. So if you see already, I had it for scrapwood and I painted them in a color, and it's almost only the paint you have to pay for. But for the rest, you can do a little print and you already fit to go. So of course I will do a print on top of here, but you see that in a moment. But first I'm going to paint them. So you see already my tags are almost dried, and also my blocks are already dried. What we need to do right now is just make a little picture for on top of our tags, and of course on top of our blocks, and then we can finish them off. So come along with me. So you see here, these are the prints I eventually did. I did one with some fireworks, and of course the hat from Uncle Sam, if I am correct, is it called. And of course the American flag, the 4th of July. I really love how you decorate for the 4th of July. There is so much on the internet, on Google, to make your own signs. So I'm going to use this 3 for my tags. And for my blocks, I'm going to use the flags, because of course I will cut some of them in to fit on my blocks, and I'm going to use them also with some twine around it. But I'm keeping it very simple on top of my firecrackers, because I know my firecrackers are a little bit wider than the normal firecrackers are probably this way, but I think the mine will turn out great also, but we will see. So first I'm going to do, I will cut everything out, and then we're going to Mod Podge it on top of our tags and on our black blocks. So you see, I did cut everything out for my tags, and of course my 3 pieces for on top of my blocks. What I'm going to do right now is going to Mod Podge everything on the place where it has to be, and then I'm going to let it dry. So you see here, I'm just doing the front with a little bigger brush to give it a very easy way to get my picture on top of it. And of course I'm doing the rest of the tag also, because or else you get one is shining and one is not shining. So I'm going to place it on my tag, and just a little bit in the middle, of course, and I have to work away a little bit of the wrinkles. At least I'm always try to get no wrinkles, but like I always say, one time it works, the other time it doesn't. So I think sometimes it's also a question of having luck, I think. So you see, he's already turning out nice. So this one can dry. I will do the rest of it, and then I show you how they are looking like after the Mod Podging. So you see, everything is standing in the Mod Podge right now, and some pieces look, I hope that the wrinkles will go away. But we are going to see, some pieces are really fine, and some pieces give, but I always say it gives also an old look, so it doesn't matter. So after everything is dried, we are going to get some twine, and we're going to do a piece on top of it, and on the other side of our block, one over here and a couple of turns over here. And then we are going to make our wig from our firecrackers, of course. But first we have to wait until it's dried. So what I'm going to do is make a wig for my, of course, for my firecracker. But I'm just going to take such a little piece, and I did take seven strands of it. So I'm just turning it a couple of times, so I am sure that I have 7 of it. So you see, and now I am cutting it off, and of course I just, on one side I am cutting off also the little loops it made, so you have 7 pieces on the top. What I'm going to do right now is just turn it around, squeeze this together, take a little piece of rope again, just lay it this way, and I'm just going to turn it around the underside, because I want this inside of my little hole I made for my wig. And now I'm going to cut it off, and of course I'm just going to glue this with a little piece of glue, but you can use anything you like. Just fold it in, just wait a moment until it is dried, and I'm just going to turn it around and just make a nice. And of course this one is a little bit too long. I will cut it in the size I need, but you see already you see already it is it's looking already a little bit like a wig. I'm just cutting off this little piece, and I think I need not more than this piece. And then you see I have a little piece of twine over here, and I'm going to do is stop it now. I'm just going to place it inside of the little hole, and then I have a little piece which is coming above, because I really like that to give it a little bit of feel of it is a knot on top of it. So this is a little bit how I make my wigs, but of course there are much better ways to make a wig for your firecracker, but I just wanted to show you mine. So here you see how my firecrackers turned out, and I am really happy with the end result. And of course you also can make a little display on top of it in your tray. And the main thing is, because I know the picture is a little bit different like the picture on my inspiration piece, but I always say you can make it your own unique home decor, because or else you have totally copy it. And I really love to make something of your own, but you see it is so much easier to make a home decor for a lot less. Here you see my 3 tags I did, and also this one were from scrapwood and also almost costed nothing, a print, some mud pots and some paint, and you are ready, fit to go. And you have your own unique pieces. You can use them in your tea tray, you can use them in your kitchen, on a wreath, you can use them for anything.
In here I'm going to make a 4th of July DIY. This is the original one, showing it here on my mobile phone. 4th of July, 2 cute houses for, well, you can see the price in euros here. And I hope that I can do it for free, starting with these 2 blocks made out of pellet wood. This was a pellet before, but now it has been sewed out into smaller blocks. And I'm going to take the right measurements, and then I'm going to sew it with the power. So here is the idea. These are going to be 3 houses. I'm going to make it a little bit different than in the picture. And now I'm going to use the power saw to sew the right measurements. So here are the cute houses. Time to glue these pieces together just like this, and then you get really cute houses. I'm going to use wood glue for this job, which takes quite a time to dry. So yeah, I'll be back with you when everything is dry. A really tiny tip if you're done sewing, to keep the sets together, I numbered them 1, 1 in the same edge where they need to be glued together. This is set number 2. And here you see 3 and 3. Houses are done, all drying well. Now it's time to cover them in some paint. I want to make 1 red, 1 white and 1 in blue. Now, like to paint the houses, I have the colors which I want to use over here. All these things are acrylic paint. This one is 2, but this one just has a different kind of bottle. I have the right blue and of course the white color, but the red, this is a little bit too fierce, so I want to mix it up with a little bit of black to create a more, realistic color of the flag. So first I want to paint, well, let's say, yeah, this one white, if at least the package wants to open up. Shake a little bit before I start using it because I haven't been using it for a time. Let me see. Well, first start off with this. Just brush it into the house. You can also use chalk paint if you want to. That is totally up to you. But today I felt more of an acrylic painter than a chalk painter. The white house is done. It's standing here. I'm letting it dry. And now I want to use the blue paint here. It says vintage paint, but it's just acrylic paint. These paint, by the way, and also the brushes, all come from Action. Similar to shop to Dollar Tree here in the Netherlands. Now, let's just pour some paint over the wood. Normally you see me using chalk paint for white projects. But today I'm using acrylic paint, and the reason why I want to do that is because the red and the blue paint are also acrylic ones. And I'm a little bit afraid that you're going to see a different finish after the paint is dry with the two separate projects. And I really don't want that to happen because the projects need to be, you know, together as one set. So that's why I chose to use white acrylic paint and not chalk paint for this DIY. But if you have other colors chalk paint, then that is totally up to you. Do whatever you want. We just want to give you some inspiration. And yeah. Okay, blue is done too. Now it's time to mix the red paint with a little bit of black. Therefore, I'll be using the small container because I think I'm going to use that kind of red color more than once. So I want to store it and keep it for later use. I'm going to mix up quite something of the paint. Well, let's start off with this. Oh. Like so. Now first we add just a little bit of black, not too much. Just a really tiny drop that gets in there. Now let's just mix it up and see what kind of color we get. If it is too light, then we pour in some more red. If it is too dark, then we add a little bit red. Or I'm saying it again, if it's too light, then we add a little bit more black. If it's too dark, then we add some more red. And that is the great thing about acrylic paint. It's really easy to mix. Yeah, I think this color looks perfect. It's just slightly darker than the color that comes out of the package. Now I see some black mixes at the sides, so here as well. I think now I have the perfect black color, or black red color. Sorry, I don't know what it is with my English today. It's really, I'm messing things up. So now we can start painting the house. And really, if we're done, just add the cap and then you are ready to reuse and store the paint. Again, now you can see it better if I hopefully hold it into the light. This is the red color from the package itself. This is my mixed up color. I really hope you can see it. It's just a little bit darker. And that is exactly what I wanted to achieve. So now just start painting the house. And then I'm going to let dry everything. And I start looking at the white house, not the real white house in America, but the white painted house here. And I think it needs a lot, another coat of paint. Because yeah, the white is really sheer, you can easily see through. So just think I need to paint it again. Don't know if the red will turn out. The blue one is okay, but the white one just needs a little bit extra. Okay, now it is time to decorate those houses, and that I want to do according to these patterns. This is for the red one, this is for the white one, this is my own farmhouse edition, my extra DIY, and the stars are for the blue house. Okay, I'm done cutting out all the things that I want to glue upon the houses, but yeah, actually now take a look at it. You can really see a difference here in the glued parts. So what I want to do, I'll take some twine and my glue gun, And I'm going to put some twine just here, wrap it around several times so we cover up that ugly, you know, part between the two separate pieces of wood. So the first two houses are ready. Look how cute they are. They are so much neater now. The white one, I still have to do that one, but that one is going to be different. First, I want to take out the stars. This is really such tiny figures. And I'm going to Mod Podge them upon the blue house. So here we go. You take some Mod Podge. I, by the way, used the stars with the black line in front of me. So when I put them upon the house, just tap. I think it needs a little bit of glue here on this top. Because now you have really clean stars, if you know what I mean. I use a dry brush, gently wipe my design upon the house, and I have really sharp stars without any lines. So I just continue doing this to all the stars. Oh, use a little bit too much brush there. Let me see, I'll just put them on randomly. There isn't much of a pattern. But you can do that, of course, if you like that. That is totally up to you. Jen and I just want to give you some inspiration. And here's the other one. Don't forget to wipe out the air. With a soft brush, don't push too hard. And this looks really cute. So this is number one, this one is done. Now the red one is a little bit harder for me because this one contains a number and letters. And that is not my strongest job, you know, fonts, typing, even writing it down out of your, hands. That is simply not my cup of tea. So I use paper for this job. Oh, some glue attached here. And I think the 4 belongs here. I made the background red of the white paper. Okay, now I'm going to do the... Oh, this is such tiny paper. T and H. And then the last one is July. Now July. Okay, there goes July. There we go. This is the white house. I used twine to wrap around the silhouette of the house, so it gives a little bit more body. Now I want to add the Statue of Liberty to this house. Let me see, is this the front side? Yes, this is the best side, the smoothest one, because the back was a little bit rougher. Also needed to file a lot of the wood away after sawing it out. Simply because, there were so many splinters, but that is of course because you're working with a natural product. A little bit more over here. Of course I'm going to seal afterwards. Okay, there's Mod Podge all around. Now we need to check if everything is in the center. And if it's of course straight, not completely, a little bit more to this side, otherwise the arm doesn't fit in. Maybe I should have printed it a little bit smaller. Check, yes, this is okay. Now start brushing from down to the top. Look how smooth and nice this turns out. All the edges are Mod Podged well. So this is what you get. This is a totally unique item. This is a bonus item. And these two are dupes of the ones we saw online. Of course, we must not forget to seal our designs. So I'm just taking a little bit of Mod Podge. This is my smallest brush. Try to work as neat as possible. And I see from the twine I need to cut off some of the hairs that are coming off. Because now it looks like some twine with a bad hair day. Oh. Quickly wipe away the excess Mod Podge. Also a good idea to have a dry brush at hand, so you can wipe away on places where you spilled some podge, where you definitely don't want that to be. Just like so, I'm going to continue with all of the stars. And here you see all the cute houses together upon the table. I really like how it turned out. I hope you do as well. Let us know in the comment section which one is your favorite. And believe it or not, this was a totally free DIY. And the middle one here is of course one bonus. It is extra. So yeah, I think it's a great savings here. Let us know what you think of this DIY.
So here you see a little bit what we will use for this DIY, and you already guessed probably what it will be. It will be a little simple spring wreath, spring until summer wreath. And of course I have a styrofoam wreath, not a big one. Of course some colors of the plaid ribbon. Of course the yellow, the gray and the black. I have them in different sizes. Some little lemons. Some bigger lemon, and of course some greenery, some lavender picks, but then in the white color and in the yellow color. Of course some different green picks we also use, and another color green, a little bit of the brighter color green, some other ribbon, some glue sticks, a glue gun and some scissors, and you're already fit to go. So first what we're going to do right now is just do the wreath with some ribbon. And of course I can choose in the yellow and the gray or in the black. So we have to see for a moment. Sorry for the noise. And of course I show you, you can use the black one, you can use the gray one, and maybe if you like it you can use the yellow one, but my preference is going for the, I think the black or the gray one. So I think we are going to try to look like how the gray one of the black one is looking like. So you see, when you do it, this will look this way. I think I really like this color because I really love the buffalo check. So I am liking this color. So I'm going to glue this always a little bit sideways. And of course, don't worry the glue. I'm always fighting with my glue, so don't worry. It will look okay. And now we're just going to turn our wreath over and over again. So and on the couple of twists, you just do a little piece of glue, so it will fit all the time. And just do a little piece of glue over here so it will stick in place and it doesn't go anywhere. And of course I have to take the sides with me. So I will finish this off and then I show you how he's looking like. So you see I have almost the wreath in totally covered with the black and white ribbon. What I'm going to do always at the end, because you're cutting it off and you just get another nice end. So I'm always folding it a little piece inside, just this way inside, and then fold it again so you get a nice end of your ribbon when you are finished wrapping it in it. No? When you are wrapping it around, and it gives you a cleaner finish. So I will glue this together. Of course, a little piece over here, and just fold it inside. A little piece this way, and then you are gluing it again, so you get a nice clean end of your ribbon. And just lay it on top of here. So you see, you get a nice finish. So, and now we already have our wreath already wrapped with some ribbon. What we're going to do right now, because I'm going to do at the sides, I'm going to make a little swag first. And that's one we are going to glue this on top of our wreath, because it will be very easy and simple. So I love a little piece of greeny over here, and maybe I will do it under. We will see, but first we're going to make our swag. So you see I take one piece of the branch and I just cutting it off, because out of one piece you get a couple of branches. So I always cut my greenery and this one, and we still need one of this one. And you see I ordered this also online of AliExpress. You find there the most inexpensive greenery and branches. So if you are looking for cheap branches, just go and look over there, because you will find the most beautiful. This one was only the total branch was with 1, 3, 4, 5 pieces on it. I think I only paid for €1.50. So, and the sending is for free. If you look correct, you can order for free, but you have to look for it, because they are trying to get more and more that you have to pay for your sending. So go check it out and look for it. So I'm going to do it and just go with one direction and another direction, and I'm going to do 4 pieces on top of each other, so 2 this way and 2 this way. What I'm going to do right now is just take a little piece of a wire, and then I'm going to turn it around, so I make already this little swag, and then we're going further with the other branches. So you see I did some wire around it, and I leave the pieces, 2 pieces I leave open, because we are going to go further with a couple of pieces of this branch. Also ordered this online, and just cut a couple of them off. And first I'm going to do 2 of them, because the wreath is not that big, and or else it will be too much for the on top of your wreath. So I'm going to fold them over, and I'm going to lay them inside of here. Just, you see, just lay them a little bit the way you think it's right. And of course you can use any branch, any color, anything you want. I'm just doing this way, and what I'm going to do right now, I take a piece of the yellow one, because I ordered them on a couple of colors. Just do also this one and one of this one. And for everyone who doesn't like to see how I do it, just skip forward, like I always say. Just do whatever you think. Do you like to see it? Then I hope you still keep on watching. And of course, just this one, turn it around and just squeeze it inside of your little swag. So you see here, and just move it a little bit, so give it a little bit of fluffing, like you always say, and just bend it over a little bit, and you see already you have a nice little swag. And of course inside of the swag we get a really colorful bow. So, and of course at the end I thinking to use this lemon, but the lemon is much too big for on the top of the wreath, because if you are looking this way, this is just nice, but if I do the lemon again on top of here, it will be much too big, I think. Maybe I will use the little lemons, we will see. But first I'm going to attach this one on top of my wreath. So what we're going to do right now, like I said, we are going to, I squeezed a little bit the wire, and now we're going to give it a little big piece of glue, of course. And then we hope it will stay in place. And we are going to glue it on top of our little wreath. And I keep it a little moment to keep it in place, and I still hope it will stays in place, because I already had a couple of times I just getting the wreath up and then boom, then my little swag was gone. So, but you always always think everything is going okay, but not here. So you see, I'm just take a little bit, and what I'm going to do extra, because I don't want to fold it off, I just take a little piece of ribbon and I'm just folding it over here and just glue it on the back side, so I'm sure that it will stay in the middle. So you see, this is with the ribbon how it looks like, and it gives a really clean finish. And what I just saw, because I told you earlier that I would like to use the lemon, but it was too big. But when you see here right now, it just leaves a little kind of table. I just call it a table, and he is already fitting right in between here. He just can really lay down on here. So what I'm going to do right now is first, before I glue him, I'm going to write here lemon before I glue it, because or else I can't not do it the graded lines. So I'm going to write here lemon, and then we're going to glue this on top of the little table we just got, because we just glue our swag around here. So now we have a little table. I hope what I say is it is okay English, because I don't know, but for now I hope you understand. So I'm going to write a lemon, like I said, a lemon on top of here. But first I'm going to draw it with some piece of little, yeah, here in Netherlands we call it a potlood. So I'm going to write it over here, and then I'm going to do it with some black text marker. So you just saw, I just did it with a little piece of yeah, crayon, if you how you call it. I think you call it a crayon, a little, at least a little pencil. And now I'm going to, I hope you can see it in the light, and now I'm going to do it with a black text marker, and I'm hoping to do that it looks like a little bit like the Ray Dunn, but the Ray Dunn on the Janny version, not the real Ray Dunn version. So I'm doing my best. So you see, I did my best, but at least for my thing, I think he looks great. What I'm going to do, because I want to give a little, two little leaves over here, so I just take a piece of greenery and I'm just pulling it off, and one other one. So you see, I have two little leaves. I just do the ends of it, and now I'm going to glue this one on top of my lemon over here. So I'm going to glue one over here, and I hope that you can see it. So one over here, and I need the other one, and of course you're already seeing the glue, and I'm just doing one over here. So now we are going to glue it on top of our wreath, and like I said, just do a little some glue on the little table I made with my swag. So, and of course we work the glue away, and now I have to be sure that I have him in the middle, so I show you in a moment. And I keep it in place for a moment, so I am sure that he stays this way. I'm just keeping it this way to the camera. So you see, this is, I have to work the glue away. The glue away. And you see, this is how he is looking at this moment. And of course we are going to work with it further. So you see, he is glued on top of it, but I want to fill this a little bit up with a little piece of more of the brighter greenery. So I'm going to make a little round around here. Just, I hope you can see it. I wish I had a stand for my wreath, so you can see it a little bit better. But I'm going to just squeeze it in and just take some pieces of my garland and just pull it off. You just see here, just pull it off, do some glue on top of it. It's all, everything is so easy to do, and just squeeze it in again, so it fills up a little bit of that hole over here, because I like it a little bit more full. So I show you now how far my little wreath is turned out. Of course, like you see, I have the lemon over here. I filled this in, and everything you saw is so easy to do for everyone. Just make a simple swag and you are already fit to go. Just wind it around, some ribbon, a little lemon, and you can of course you can use anything you like to use. 2 little pieces I glued also over here, just to get a little bit of the yellow back. What I'm going to do right now is just make a very simple, easy Janny bow, because I tell this every time and again, because I'm not a great bow maker, but I'm going to make a bow from a couple of these colors. I show you that in a moment. So you see, I made 5 pieces of the gray and the white ribbon, 5 pieces of the yellow and white, and 5 of the smaller ribbon with the black, because I already have black in over here, so I don't want it to be this big. What I'm going to do first, of course, we are going to give it some fishtails on both sides of the ribbon. So you see, I have my fishtails made on my ribbon, and of course I have a little piece of wire over here for when I am finished with my bow. And it is, for me, it is a very simple. You just take, and I don't measure I measure nothing, so I'm just going to fold them this way. Just do them together, and just a little bit over here, in a little bit in the middle. You just squeeze it together, and you just take another piece of ribbon, and you also fold this together and do the same way. I don't measure it. Of course, you can measure it if you like it a little bit better. I'm just squeezing it and fold this over here, and always the opposite direction. So this way, and I'm going to use the black one. And also again, just fold it together. I hope I did it on camera. Just fold it together and just do it this way. And I am doing this on and on, done this way, this way, this way, and until everything is finished. So you see right now, I squeeze everything on and on and on in between my fingers. What I'm going to do right now, just take your little piece of wire and just squeeze it in, and just turn it around, and just bend it over, and just make sure that you keep everything in place until you're finished, and just turn it around until everything is totally at its place. So, and now I'm going to work my way with my ribbon. And of course, this is not this is not the bestest bow making experience that you will ever see, but at least it is mine, and I am really satisfied with my way of how I'm doing it. But you know, on YouTube there are so many more, so go check everything out. So I'm going just to work a little bit with it, and then I'm showing you how he is finished. So you see, this is my little bow. At least I think it's a funky at least I think it's a funky bow, so bear with me. So I am going to give it some glue, of course. I just glue it on top of here, and of course some glue over here to make sure that it stays in place. And I'm just going to squeeze it over here just to get it stuck on top of my wreath. I hope you can see it. And you just see again how easy it is. If I can do it, you can do it. It's very easy to do. And just use a couple of bright colors and you are already having such a great time with just a simple little bow, a lemon and some greenery. And I think he looks so nice. Of course, I have to work a little bit with the bow, but for the rest, I am very happy how he's turned out. And now I only need a piece to hang it, and then I'm already fit to go. And then I show you the end result. So here you see how my wreath turned out. And of course, it is not a very big wreath, but just a little small wreath. And I really love the colors, the bright yellow, and of course the yellow branches and some pops of a little bit of lemon, not a lot but some little touches. So I'm very happy how it turned out. And you see with the bow and with the same buffalo check ribbon, it just gives a little bit of the farmhouse feeling. And of course I tried with the lemon, I tried to make it a little bit like the Ray Dunn letters, but I don't know if I really succeed with the with the lettering. But of course I did my best, and with my bow. Of course I tell you every time and time again with my bow, and a lot of people are saying I don't have to say that I'm not a great bow maker, but the truth is I am. So I just tell you every time in my video that I am just an amateur like the most of you are. So just try to do it and just make one of your own. That's only what I'm trying to inspire you for. Just make something of your own. And you see here how simple it was, just with some ribbon, some little wreath and some lemon and some greenery. You're already fit to go.
Okay, I'll first start with the small parts and then I'll move over to the large ones. Just take out some paint. First going to do this side, and also don't forget to do the edges. And this stuff is really thick. You don't need a lot of this paint, especially not here on this pressed wood. It dries really quick. And yeah, well, it isn't the cheapest paint of all, you know. I mean, the chalk paint Janny and I are using is actually a lot cheaper, at least I believe it is cheaper, than this blackboard paint. But yeah, the quality of this paint, I find it fantastic stuff. And that is also because it dries so super quickly. Actually, once I was in such a hurry, I didn't have that much time to wait till everything was dry, that I used a blow dryer to dry my paint, and that worked fantastic. It was dry super quickly. Don't put it out too hard and too close to your project, because then you get really weird looking paint. But yeah, it actually worked quite fast, and normally I think also on this wood I just need one layer of the paint to cover up everything. And the coverage of this stuff is amazing. Jen and I use the same blackboard paint, which we buy at the Dutch craft store called Action. It is similar to Dollar Tree in the United States. And yeah, it has amazing prices. Sometimes that is one disappointment in our opinion, is that the stuff that they have in store, it doesn't last very long. Some items, yeah, they have year after year after year, especially at the Christmas season. And some items you never see again. I don't know if you've seen my Easter home tour with 2 pairs of huge bunnies standing underneath my Easter Christmas tree and in the hallway. Those bunnies, or yeah, critters, came from Action as well, years ago. I believe I bought them in 2015 or 2016. Must be something, oh sorry, thought my phone was on mute. Must be somewhere in 2015 or 2016. And yeah, I still haven't seen them anymore at the shop. They were super cute. And they have critters now, but they're totally different looking. They're not as friendly as the ones that I have at home. So yeah, that is sometimes a little bit of a disappointment when you're visiting the Action. Yeah, that is actually personal. They also have lots of amazing stuff that I really don't want to miss. As for example, this paint or spray paint. These brushes come from Action too. I believe even this white plate fleece blanket comes from Action as well. It was really cheap, so I can use it easily, you know, to cover up my workspace when I have bigger projects, or as is this project, black paint, because I don't want to mess up my table with that paint. Okay, almost there. I'm not going to ruin your day anymore with this talk. Just going to paint fast and I will show you when everything is covered up in black. Everything has been painted in black. Now it's time to glue it together, and therefore I'm going to warm up my hot glue gun. So I have my hot glue gun here, and what I want to do, I want to glue actually here the sides and then putting it between the two long sticks. So I'll show you when it's done. I'm not going to show how you use glue, because I think you know by now how we are using glue guns. This is how the letter looks now it is glued together. Just use hot glue. And I think it looks pretty neat. Time to decorate this project. Okay, it is time to decorate the letter. I took out some greenery, some cotton buds. I made a cute little bow. And I also have here a pillow cover. I'm going to fold that up here into 3 even parts. You can also use another piece of cloth, that is totally up to you. Just like so. Now let me see, I think here is the right place to start. Then going down, pulling it through here. Let me see if everything is nice and even. Not completely. Just a weird back part there. Okay. The base is done. Now I only want to decorate the top. I think I'm going to put this here. I have some sticky gum, by the way, in the back of my bow. So that needs to go here. Just like so. Now to decorate with, I have some green or yellow plants here. You could easily take off some smaller pieces, just like this. And I think that would go really nice here, like so. And here we can put a tiny piece of this together with some more yellow. Something like this. I don't know, I have to figure it out. Okay, this is what I have in mind for the greenery. I have used several pieces of branches, different kinds, and then I want to have a bow on top. I'm going to warm up my glue gun and then stick everything nice and even to the letter, and I will show you the final result. Okay, when I took out the letter to get everything to the glue gun, I realized that the back part isn't secured very good. So I will use a safety pin to tuck in here and attach it to the blanket here. Here you see the greenery and the cute little bow upon the ladder. And the pillow cover has been attached with a safety pin. For some little extra sweetness, I added a really cute and tiny hydrangea flower. Not too much, but just give the yellow a little bit more popping to brighten up the design a little bit more. And I really like this cute ladder here underneath my tree.
So for this DIY I use a couple of things. Of course my frames, my picture frames for making my signs. I will make 3 of them, and of course I use a couple of things. At least this is just all a tryout. I have some wooden pieces I ordered online, of course some little fence, some wheels, some trees, some Scrabble letters, some little chickens or roosters, just how you call it. I have the chicken and the roosters. Some little slices of wood. I use some paint, some furniture wax, and of course we will use some greenery I have laying around in my stash. So everything is already was already in my home. So we're going to make 3 different little signs, but in a different way, not just print out a print and just put it in here, but we are going to make a little display out of it. So we are going to make our first little display inside of this little frame. So what I'm going to do first with all 3 of them, and if anyone sorry, if anyone is interested, I ordered this one also on AliExpress. It was 10 of these little frames, and they also fitting in your tier tray, so that's really a luck. So you can make your own little frames for in your tier tray. I ordered them, they were 10 for only €4. So, and they are really well made, so not cheap made, because they are really looking really neat. The finish is really clean, so I really love this. What I'm going to do right now, I just give them the bottom. I give all 3 of them a black coating, so I'm going to do that first. And of course, like you see already, I already should open this already before I go talk to you. Sorry for that if you have to wait a little bit. So of course I'm going to lay it over here. And now I'm going to just doing the bottom in the black color. Just so be careful that you don't do the sides. So I'm just doing this, and I'm going to do all 3 of them, and then I am back with you. So you see already I have the first coat on the bottom, and I do a second one, and of course even even if I did my best, I also did a little spot of black on top of here, but it doesn't matter because we are going to do the sides in the furniture wax. So this will be a dark brown again. So but for now we let it dry. So you see they almost dried up. What I'm going to do right now, I give them a coat of with some furniture wax on the sides of my little picture frame. And of course you see here how it will change when you just give it another color. You see already I will do all 3 of them, and then I let them dry for a moment, and then we are ready to decorate them. So here you see they are all 3 of them. I did them in the bee wax, and of course you can stain it with any color you like, and of course you can use any bottom color you like. I did go for the black, but you can do any color which is fitting for your decor. I found in my stash, I also found it's from a banner. You can make a banner out of it, some roosters. And I am already trying out a couple of them if I like a little bit with a gold text marker. A gold little rooster, or a little white rooster for inside of here, or just with some chalk paint. I'm really deciding which one I'm going to try. I really think I love also, if you look at it, I also love the gold color, but also the white color is also very nice. And of course it's getting a little fence, because this one I also ordered, and I'm going to glue a little fence over here, so the chicken will be, oh, the chicken, you will see already, don't take it as long as that it isn't not dry. You can see already the big mistake I already made to take a rooster who is not dry right, not yet. So I have to paint this again, but you see already I love the white color, and of course there will be greenery around here behind the fence. So, but I really love the white color, but also, like I said, I also like the gold color. But I think I'm going for the white color, at least when I get finished to do the other side in black again. But now you see also the mistakes I make. So you see already I have my the white paint already away. What I'm going to do right now first is just glue this rooster, because I decided for the white one. Just glue it on top of your little sign. Of course, yeah, it's a sign, but just call it, just glue it on top of here. We are going to lay it in here, and we just squeeze it a little bit. So you see, this is already how he is looking like. Now we're going to take the little fences. I also ordered this online from AliExpress. You can find so many beautiful wooden things on AliExpress, and of course also the Scrabble letters. I also ordered them online. So if you like, if you decide to order online with AliExpress, I really have great experience with it, but you have to be careful. You have to look to the sizes, because sometimes you get miniatures. I had ordered last macarons. You notice the candies, macarons, but they were not the macarons I expected, but they were really so tiny. So just be careful for the sizes, but everything is always okay when I get it from AliExpress. Of course, it takes a little bit longer than the Dollar Tree, but we don't have the Dollar Tree. So what I'm going to do right now, I have the fence already made on size for me. So I have to glue this one. You see here, I have to glue it over here. So you see, I did the little fence on top of on the underside of my little picture frame. What I'm going to do right now, of course I want to have it also a little bit in the wax color. So I will wax this side before I will work with it with the leaves. And of course just dab it a little bit so it can be looking like it's in the same color. You see already how it changes only when you bring on some coloring. And I only wish that the fences were a little bit longer, so I don't have to cut them on size, because you always can see if you have them made on size. But I think it turned out okay, but if you find them longer, that's always a little bit better. So you see, your fence is also now in the same color. And what we're going to do right now first is we're going to use 3 of these Scrabble letters. And of course, here in the Netherlands, for a chicken we say tick-tock, and that is T-O-K. So not in the English version, but I do it in the Dutch version. So that's why it has 3 letters. And you see here, I have the letters over here. So it will be the T, the O, and the K for talk. So I don't know if you spell it, I think with a C inside over here, but I do it in the Dutch way, so you learn a little bit of Dutch also. So I'm going to glue this inside of my little picture frame, so it looks like a little sign. I have to measure it out a little bit so I have him on the right place. And of course I have him above the rooster. You see here, this is a little bit how it will look like. So you see, I have my letters on it, and I tried, it was a little bit of a task to get them straight, because normally when you use your glue gun, you can very easily get your letter off, but this time I really have to use a knife to get one of the letters off, because he was a little bit far beside. So it's always something around here. So, but I think he looks already very nice. What we're going to do right now, I just have some greenery. First I thought I am doing some greenery behind the fence, but I also think maybe it's nice just to do a couple of leaves just in front of your little fence, so a little bit inside of the little fence. So I'm going to try to look how this is working. So I'm going to one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. So a little bit like I think it's fitting. So let's do that first. Of course, we have to use the little leaves because I already see that this one is a little bit too big. So I'm just gluing my little, and I'm just hanging it a little bit inside of the fence, so it still can get the glue stuck to the fence. And now I'm just taking another little leaf and just do a little bit beside the other way. So I think it looks a little bit nicer. And of course remove the glue. So this is a little bit what I mean. I'm just working a little bit over the greenery over here. So the fence is a little bit nicer to see. I do this out of camera because or else you will be very bored, and this is already a day that everything is going wrong. Like very normal with me. So I hope you don't mind. So you see, I just did a little piece of the greenery on top of here and some little piece of this greenery, but you can use any greenery you want. I have this laying in my stash, so I use this. What I'm going to do, I also have from a garland, I also have some green picks, and I'm just cut them onto size, and I'm going to glue them behind the fence, one over here and one over here. You see already, and now he's already looking so nice and really for me farmhouse looking and fitting in my decor. So I'm going to glue this on the sides of my little fence, and of course we have to work away this little hole, but I will make a little tiny bow for it. So I glue them now inside of the little frame, and what I already did, you see already my little tiny bow. I just take a little piece of ribbon, just do a little piece of glue. I did it already a couple of times in our videos. I think the most of you already know a little bit how you do it. Just glue this together, glue a little piece of twine over inside of here in the middle of your little piece of ribbon. And of course you have to let it dry for a moment. And now, because already you are ready, not just like me sticking on your your little bow, you just squeeze it a little bit and just turn the rope around twice and just cut it off and just work a little bit with it so you get a little tiny nice little bow. You see here, you already have your own little cute bow. So, but I already made one, so I'm going to glue this on top of the little hole of the rooster. So I have to be sure that he is inside of the middle of the rooster. And you see already our little frame is already done. And of course, if you like it a little bit better with a little bit of color, you can do a little piece of color inside of it. You can do the ribbon inside of with a color. You can do any. The possibilities are endless, so you can do anything you like. And you see, just with a simple picture frame from only 40 cents, you can make already your nice little sign. So, and for our second sign, I'm going to use two of my acrylic candy, and you see already you can open them up and do something inside of your little candy. And of course I ordered also candy online, and this is what you get if you don't read the the inscription which is going with it, because I thought I bought candy a little bit of this size, but you see already this is really miniature. So I was thinking, what can I do with it? I really have no idea. So I have them in the black and white and in the colors. So I'm going to use for this DIY, I'm going to use this one. And of course I will do probably a couple of them inside of here, and we are going to make a little candy sign over here. But of course it will be unique because we make it on our own. So also with this little sign I will use stay with the Scrabble letters. So I made the sign candy. I will glue them inside of the middle of my little sign. Now I have to be sure that I am really in the middle. So we are going to look for the middle inside of it, and then we are going to glue this a little bit out of each other. So you see here a little bit this way. So I show you, and then I will glue them. This is what the look I'm going for. So this will be in the middle. I will glue them. So you see I glue them in the middle of my little sign. What I'm going to do right now, just take the candy, at least the mini candy, and I'm going to make a line above over here. So in one line of the candy, and I do this on the top, and I will do this on the bottom. So this way, a little bit closer to the lettering. So I will go glue this, and then I show you how. You see already a little bit what I'm going to do. So I will glue this in one line and this in one line under it. So then I show you how that is looking like. I'm sorry for my English this time. It is very bad today, but I'm doing my best. So you see, I just glue them on top and on the bottom of our candy. So what I'm going to do right now is just fill this little candies up. Of course, what you also can do, you can paint the inside and you just click it together, and you also have, or you just do a little print inside of it. You can do anything you like, what is fitting. You can also do some greenery inside of it. Just try to make something is fitting for your decor. That's really important. So I'm just going to fill it up with some candy, and I hope I have enough. So you see, and there is a little bit on the other side on the candy is a flat side, so it is very easy just to glue this on top of here. So I will glue one over here and I will glue one over here. So I will fill this one also up, and then I show you how they are looking like in the sign. So you see, I just glue the candy inside of our little sign, and I think he is already so nice. And of course you can leave it this way. I was thinking maybe to do something with a couple of little leaves and one piece of candy, because I have a couple over. So you see, I'm just going to show you. I just hope I am able to show you. I just take 2 pieces of leaves, just glue them together, and then just fill it up with 2 of the, so I mean just lay them over here. I hope it will stay this way, and just do a little piece of candy on the outside. But I don't know if I like this or not, or I just leave it just with the candy. So we're going to see how it will turn out, but you see that in a moment. So you see, I just played around a little bit with some greenery and a little piece of the candy. Of course, this is just an example. You just don't have to do it. You just can do it with some candy. You can use, even you can use real candy. It doesn't matter. Or candy from the Christmas. You also have the candy from the Christmas, the red and white. So you can do anything you like. This is just an example, and I think I like it. But of course, if I don't want it to, anymore, it is glue from the glue gun, so you can really get it off very easy. So, but I'm very happy how my little sign turned out. Now we're going to further with our third and last sign. So for this little sign, I'm going to use a lemon. I think instead of the green one, I will use the yellow one. And what I'm going to do, because you already see this a little bit too, big, I'm going to do them in half. And then we are going to glue this on top of here. And then you see already I have with some Scrabble letters also made fresh or lemon. So I'm going to look for how much I can have inside of this little sign. So we're going to look for what's fitting. So first I'm going to do, I'm just cutting this one in half. So you see I have him almost in 2 parts. So, and you see already it's just some styrofoam inside of it. So I'm going to work the little white pieces away and keep what I need. So you see also you can use and half of your lemon, so you can make more than one sign. And you see already he looks very nice. So I'm going to work a little bit with it, and then we are going to glue it inside of here. So I have him flat on this side. I have him flat for just gluing in. But what we need right now is still a little piece of the green, because we are missing this right now. So I'm going to glue some leaves on the side of my, you see a little bit, one over here and one over here. So I have two of them. So it looks a little bit more like a lemon, but a lemon with a twist, because the normal lemon doesn't have any greenery at the sides. So it is just an imagination. So just do whatever you think it's right for your. I'm just doing some glue, at least. When my glue gun is ready for it, I'm just cutting of gluing a little leaf over here. And now we're going to do a little bit one beside. I don't know why my glue is not working the way I want it to be. So I have a little leaf over here, so I'm going to stuck it over here. So I have two little leaves over here, and I will work the glue away, at least if my leaf is sticking. And you see already, not everything goes right. So you see a little piece of the greenery. What I'm going to do right now is just glue it inside of here, and I'm going to look for if I do a lemon. I was thinking to do here fresh lemon, but the space is not that much, so I'm probably going to do fresh over here, and I think everyone knows that this is a lemon, so fresh lemon on it. So I'm going to do fresh over here. So you see, I just glue the word fresh on top of it, and I'm removing the glue. And what I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to glue this on here, but I think it's a little bit plain. So I'm still thinking, what can I do to make it a little bit more my style? But if you like it this way already, it's already fine too. But now I'm going to glue the side of the little lemon on the top of my sign. And of course you have to be careful, because the glue is melting away from your piece. So I'm going to lay him over here, and just squeeze it a little bit. So you see, you already have your own unique sign, and I have to think about it, what I will do a little bit more with it. So you see already, I am a little bit trying out. I just found some pieces of my greenery. I used also for the little rooster. So I have some left over, so I did two of these pieces, and of course two in the opposite direction. And what I'm going to do right now, if you just keep it over here and a little bit under here, and you just glue it, it gives already a little bit more of a farmhouse feeling. So I love this way, but like I said earlier, if you like it more without the greenery, it's fine also. But I'm going to glue this inside of here, and just a little piece of the black and white ribbon in the middle, so it looks a little bit more like my style. So I'm going to glue it together. So you see, I just glue the little pieces of branch inside of here. And what I'm going to do right now, to give it just a little bit more of the farmhouse touch, just do a little piece of ribbon. Just glue it together. It's a little bit, be careful for your hands, because it will be very hot. So I'm working away the glue away. So you see, you just got a little piece of ribbon, and I'm going to glue this on top of here, inside of here. Now I hope this will work the same as I have it in my mind. But we will see if it will work or not. So this is a little bit what I mean. So you just give it a little bit more of the farmhouse touch, and you just made it more unique for, and of course it is unique because you made this on your own. So I'm very happy how he's turned out, and now you see my 3 signs are already finished. And I show you of course in a moment to reveal how they look like. So here you see the first of the 3 signs, and I already love the pop of yellow inside of my tray on my dinner table. And with the wood colors and with the black, I really love how the yellow is popping out. So now go to our second sign. So here you see my second little sign. I really love how he is looking like. I have him on my small shelf between my kitchen and my hallway. You see here with my little banner with some chickens with it, and of course my big clock above it. So I am really happy he's looking nice on my little shelf. And now we're going to the last little sign. So you see my third and last little sign I made, and this is the candy one. I am really happy how he is turned out, and behind it I have also a little old lid of a box, and I did the black and white stripes in it and just do it behind the little sign. But like I said earlier, the signs you can is just a great size to fit in your tier tray. So if you like it, just order them because they are very nice to work with, and you can make your own unique sign. So this was my third and my last sign.
Here's what you need for this DIY. Stir sticks, these are made from wood. Canvas, size doesn't matter because I'm going to cut off the, the textile canvas. I'll be removing the wooden frame on the back. And just for security, to give it a whole thing a little bit more strength, I have a piece of cardboard here. Color or size doesn't matter because we're going to paint all over it. But that's just to secure the back of this DIY. Because I'm not really sure if the sticks are going to hold the canvas completely. The first thing what I'm going to do, which I just forgot to mention, is I'm going to stain these stir sticks with beeswax. This is the beeswax that I'll use. It's normally used for protecting old pieces of furniture. Oh, you can't see it well. The smell is very strong, and as you can see on the lid, this is the color of the stuff. I'm going to do that with this brush, or maybe, as I realize now, I'll better first cut them into the right size and then start beeswaxing. So I'm going to do that. If everything is stained, I will be back with you because this process takes quite a while. This stuff needs to dry, let me see, 15 minutes. Well, that is way too short. That is not correct. Because I recently, I had it very often that, especially here on the corners, that when I picked it up after 2 hours, there was still beeswax upon my hands. So first going to use the brush, first cut, then put the beeswax with this brush upon the sticks. Then I'm going to let it dry, and I can easily wipe excess beeswax off with a piece of cloth. But I will be back with you when everything is nice into the right size. Okay, so this is what I did so far. The chopsticks, the stir sticks are stained. These two here are a bit smaller because I just used a saw to make them smaller. Now I wanted to assemble actually the wooden frame, but then I thought, well, just let's wait a little bit more because still I've got to measure how large my canvas will be. But let's see. Yes, this is good. Okay, now carefully going to remove the stains here in the back, and hopefully then the canvas gets loose because no, it isn't glued, or not, at least not that I can feel, upon the wooden frame. Okay, I really tried everything to get rid of the canvas, but didn't work, so I'm going to cut it out with a knife. Hope this works. I want to do it just along the edges. Hopefully I can ooh. That is really a tricky thing to do. Maybe this part is better. Let me see, does this work? I really hope it does. Yes. Okay, easily take it off. So apparently this part here is the best side to cut. Do it slowly. Just like this. Take your time. This stuff is so weird. And yet pretty strong actually, didn't expect that. The wooden frame also smells really nice. And now I can just peel the thing off. Here on the sides it goes faster. But here in the corners it isn't that much of an easy job. Okay, I'm almost there. Only this part. Really give yourself the time to do this carefully, because in my experience otherwise you can break and mess up the total part of the canvas. Starts tearing apart as it does here again in the corner. I think I am almost there. Only this part. Okay. This is a really nice photo frame for another DIY, not for now. Let me see, how can I flatten this up as much as possible, because I don't know, this paper has some sort of stiffness and I want to get rid of that. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take a lot of glue, then starting to glue this thing together to the cardboard. And hopefully then it stiffens up. I'm going to seal it with a heavy object on top, so hopefully these corners are flattened out. I have a brush here and 2 types of glue. Mod Podge you will know, and also have this cheap Mod Podge. First I'm going to see, hopefully this works. If not, then we have to come up with something else. I think I'm going to apply directly upon the cardboard. Maybe I'm just going to mix them up together. Don't know. Maybe that is a good idea or not. At least I'm going to need a lot of glue, especially here in the center. I think this will do. And this is such an artistic way of gluing. Okay, now flatten everything out with a brush. Quick and easy before anything starts to dry. I took out the blue part of the cardboard because the canvas is so thick you're going to see any blue throughout it. And by the way, we're going to make it black as well. The end. This stuff almost is the same as Mod Podge, but just make sure that you pick the glue that is nice for you to use. Okay, I think this will do for now. I'm going to stand up because then I can see better. I believe that it glues very well. Yes. Okay, now let it dry. Make sure that there aren't any air bubbles underneath. Nope. Okay, this worked actually much better than I expected it to work. Good. Let it dry. If you need an extra hand at flattening out the canvas, turn your Mod Podge can upside down and just press the air out of your project. And really now it is super tense. No air bubbles. Magnificent trick. The canvas is dry. Time to take out my blackboard paint and paint the whole thing black. I'm really going to soak it up all in blackboard paint. I just use my regular brush for this job. This one here. And you don't need a lot actually of the paint because this stuff is so thick. Just divide it evenly throughout the canvas. If you need multiple layers, just do that. Only going to So the canvas part, not the cardboard, because I'm going to cut that off. That is just excess stuff. Just like this, until the whole thing is covered up in black. I think, as I see this now, one layer is enough for me, but we'll see how it turns out after it is dry. Now it looks quite, how do you call that, shiny, but this stuff dries up matte, so the color gets better after you're done and after it is dry. Okay, the paint is dry. Now I want to glue the stir sticks in this way to the cardboard and the canvas. The excess edges, I'll be cutting them off, and I think I will be using Mod Podge for the glue job. Okay, the whole thing is glued together. I tested if I can cut the excess card of cardboard off with this knife, and that was no problem. So I'm going to cut up all the edges now. Just doing it like this, slowly and sharp. And then everything comes off really easy. The front side of this DIY is completely done. Now it is time to put the back paw, you know, actually upon, yeah, don't mention the ugly back part here. What I need, or actually what I want to do, is use clothespins, then remove the metal part completely. Glue these parts here together, just like so. Now I have a really nice angle, and then glue the wooden sticks here on both long sides. I will show you in the next shot how it looks. Look, this is what I mean. The clothespin is now attached to the wooden stir stick. Now I only have to glue this side just upon the back of the sign like this, and then it can stand. And there we are. This is the back side, and it is perfectly able to stand just like this. Very firmly, really cheap and easy DIY. So here we are with the final result. I just decorated the top with some greenery. Oh, come on camera. Yeah, there we are. With some greenery and a cute little bow. This is completely free to write with blackboard chalk. And I'm really satisfied with the color of the whole thing together. It is cute, and I think it's going to be in my kitchen for upcoming season. Let us know in the comment section what you think of this DIY.
You see only the things I need for this DIY. This is only two things on this moment. Is a wooden tray. I ordered them online from the Action, and it's similar like the Dollar Tree. It's most of the things, they are a little bit similar. Of course, I think the Dollar Tree is much prettier than what we have, but of course we can't complain. This one was only almost €2, so they are very cheap because it is a wooden underplate, and I'm going to use it as a sign. And here you see my a plate holder. Of course, I bought this already a couple of years ago. I don't like the color of it, and now I think I'm really going to paint it, because then I will use it more in my decor. And he is fitting right on my plate, so I'm very happy with that, because I ordered two of them and I have two plate holders. So let's start our DIY. So you see here, this is the plate holder, and it is a very small plate holder. Here in the Netherlands we call it een houder. So that's why I am confused, because English and Dutch, I always do it through each other. So, but first we're going to paint this one in the black color. Like, if you follow me already for a little while, you know I love the black at this moment, and especially the schoolboard paint. So I am going to paint this in the black color, but of course you can do it in any color you want, if you like more the white or the gray or just what you want. But I am going to paint this one black, and of course I won't show you the complete painting, because or else you will be very bored and you think I know already how to paint a decor piece. So, but you see, this is a little bit, and I show you when it's finished. So you see, I also painted the second plate holder because I was busy already. So I thought I could immediately do the second one also. But you see already how nice they turn out when you only change the color. And I love the black color on this piece, especially if you think about with the wooden plate. That will be looking very nice. So I let this dry and then I'm going to do a second coat, and then we are going to work on our wooden plate, because there I'm going to make on my magic, I will make a little picture or a little yeah, couple of words for it, so in the middle. So we will see how that will turn out, but we let it dry first. So you see here they are painted, totally painted, and I let them dry. So I will use one of them, of course, but I thought I paint, like I said, I painted the second one also, because I will use it in my decor as well. So what I'm going to do right now, you see here already I have my plate ready, and what I'm going to do is go to my computer and make my own sign for over the middle of my plate, to give it a little bit of the farmhouse, yeah, farmhouse spring feeling. So let's go to my computer. I take you along. So here you see, this is eventually how it turned out. You saw me making my signs, and you see it is so easy with a little, a couple of prints, making transparent, and you can make your own unique sign, because one thing is for sure, there isn't gonna be a second one. Maybe some people think that's that's a good thing, but but I really love how this is turned out, and I think I'm going to use it because I did a couple of measurements to compare which one is a little bit better for in the middle. So I'm going to cut them out, and then I'm going to show you which one it turned out, and I'm going to Mod Podge it on top of my plate. And what I'm going to do is not over the plate, I'm just keeping it inside of this round, because this will going to be to do with some twine of jute, just like you call it, and we're going a couple of turns with some rope over here. So but first I'm going to cut this out. So you see, this is how he's going to look like. I think I'm going to do, because I do here some greenery later on, what I'm going to do, I think I take it this way, and you see I have to measure it out, just that I keep in the round shape. And I think he looks very like spring. I really love the roosters. So I'm going to cut them really to true size. And then I'm going to Mod Podge it. So you see, I have them now. I tried at least the nearest as I can, just fitting inside of here. And later you see, will we do a little a couple of turns with some rope. So this is going to Mod Podge inside of here. And of course, you know already how to Mod Podge. I show you a little piece. So I'm going to Mod Podge the back of my picture. And I know this is for most of you already something you do already for a long time. But for maybe there are people that don't Mod Podge a lot, then you see how easy it is. And I always have I can truly say the one time everything is going to dry up without wrinkles, and there are times that I, even when I try to make it wet, I tried a lot of different ways to make sure that there are not a lot of wrinkles. But I always say that you have to be lucky to, if it does not wrinkle, because that's not something you really want that to happen. I am going to lay it over here, and of course I have to make my measurement. It's always, I say it's always a question of having luck. I tried to squeeze it a lot. I tried to wipe it a lot with some good kitchen towel. I tried many things, but with different luck. So you see here, he is ready to dry, and I'm doing the second coat in a moment, not really immediately. I always let it dry. For me, this at least I tried this time. I hope this time it will work, that it dries up without wrinkles. So, but I'm letting it dry, and then I'm going to do a second layer. So you see, this is how he is turning out, and I am so happy with it. What we're going to do right now, we take some rope. I have to make sure that my camera is running, or else I'm going to do really I do my best to make the rope on top of here, no one ever noticed. So I have to make sure that I get the rope over here, and of course the problem always to get the little piece of rope out of it, but I don't think this is going to look okay. So I have to make sure of that if this is going the right way. I'll be back in a moment. So you see, I unraveled my rope. What I'm going to do, just do a little piece of glue and just attach your rope in the line of the round. So in the exactly before he is going up, I'm going to place my glue, and I'm going to glue just the line from the plate, and I just laying down my rope the best I can to make a nice round. And I have to do that carefully. I do that out of camera, or else it will take much too long for you. So I will go around these edges, and then I'm going to look how many times I want to do it. If I want to do it twice, or I want to do it 3 times, I have to see. But first I'm going to make the first round, and then I show you for a tussenty, I show you how it's looking like. So you see, this is the first round I did for with the glue, and you see I like how it's looking like. And of course you can leave it this way. I'm going to try, I hope I like it, to do a second line in the middle, because I don't want to go up. But if you like that better, just do the way you think is okay. I'm going to just do it inside of here, and then I'm going to look if I like 2 or maybe a third one. But first I'm going to do 2, and then I show you again how 2 is looking like. So here you see, when there are 2 rows of twine, I think I'm going for the third one, but of course you're free to do. So I'm finishing it off with my third one, and then I'm going to work away all the glue wires, because there are a lot of glue wires. So, but I think he already turned out quite nice. And what we're going to do now is do some greenery over here, or maybe here under. I have to see where I'm going to do just a little piece of greenery, because you know me, I love greenery always. So here you see how he is finished, and he is, for me he is really done right now. I was a little bit trying with the greenery. You can see already I have greenery in the plate. What I'm going to use is this kind of little bit of branches of berries. I ordered them online from AliExpress. They were only, I thought, 60 cents for each branch. I ordered them in a couple of colors, and I'm going to use the white one. I tried this one, but it was not a little bit dark. So I'm going to use the white one and a piece of the yellow and red one. And some, how you call it, boxes. Little branches from boxes. I always buy it with a garland, so I'm only pulling everything off, and then I'm going to use it. So I'm going to use a couple of pieces of that, and of course some black and white striped ribbon. I also ordered online. And what you still can do is use some 2 of your drinking here in the Netherlands we call it een rietje. I really slipped my mind. A moment ago I knew how it was called. I have to look it up. In a moment I tell you how straws, if I am correct, drinking straws, if I am, you can use them, of course, you can do, and you just squeeze them in the middle, and you can give it later on a little bit more of an unusual piece on top of it, so you don't have the same like everyone else has. So it's also black and white stripe. I always keep in the theme I am doing. So this is the black and white, and you see here in my plate I have a couple of white pieces, and everything is coming back together. I don't know if I will use it for on top of here, I don't know, but for a tip, if you are thinking I want something different, just always think also of straws, because they are really nice to work with. Just squeeze this is cardboard straw, just squeeze them and you just can do, and some pieces, and you then little pieces are coming out of it, and you can see it gives already a really unique piece. So I just wanted to tell you about it. I'm going to glue this on top of my above. If you don't like to see it, I'm going to film it before everyone who enjoys it. But if you don't want to see, just skip forward and then you see the end result. But I'm going to do, for everyone who loves it, I'm going to glue this on top of here. So what I'm always going to do is just find a piece of the place where I want to have my little piece of greenery, because everyone knows I love greenery. I'm going to make a little bundle from swag, I think you call it. I just cut off a little piece of my branch. Most of the time I'm going to try to keep the branch, but this time I have to cut it off, because or else it doesn't look nice. So I'm going to do this on top of each other, you see here, and you can already, I show you a little bit how it will look like. And what I'm going to do right now is just glue this together. So I think I cut it off a little bit more. I know some people think it's really they don't like it if you cut the branches too low, but I have to enjoy it myself, so I'm going to do the way I think is best. I'm just doing some glue on top of the branches, and then I'm going to lay this one on top of this one and just keep it in place for a moment. And just work away already a little bit of the glue wires. So you see, you already have a little swag of your own, and it's very easy to work with. And of course you can also get it out of each other again if you want to use it again. What I'm going to do right now, because you do it this way and you do a complete branch on top of here, it will be much too much of berries. So what I'm going to do, I'm just pulling off this one and this one, so you can see you get them in parts, and you just still can leave the leaves parts on it, and I just going to turn them around and just going to glue this inside of the branches also over here. I know my English is not the greatest, I know it, I hope you understand what I mean. So I'm going to work a little bit with it, so it will be falling a little bit in between both of them. So I'm going to glue this also on top of here. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to lay this one on top of here so it can stick also on top of here, and just work a little bit with it so it falls a little bit in between. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do the same with the other one, but then the opposite direction, of course, but I think you already knew that. I'm going to cut it off a little piece. And be careful because it is wired, so if you have little children and it's falling on the ground, you have to be very careful. I'm just doing some glue over here. I was already gluing the other side. That's not the really really the thing I want to. So of course lay it on top of here and also work your berries inside of this too, so you get a nice little swag. And you can already, so far you can attach it to your plate. I show you a little bit. You see, this is already how it will look like, and how easy it was just to fold some branches inside of each other, and you already get a nice piece to go. So I'm going to glue this on top of here and just keep it in place for a moment. Of course you have to look if you have it in the middle. I will have to do because you already see already I am wired in my glue, and of course he is not in the middle. He is right now. I have to look because I am really such a person, if it is not in the middle, I really am not enjoying my piece. I'm really a strange lady. So make sure that you have it in the middle if you are just like me, and it will bother you all the time if it is not in the middle. So you see already, this is the underpiece. Don't worry about the glue wires. I will work it away. But I think already he looks nice. Now we're going to take the branches and we are going to work a little couple of them over here. And this is branches I already used for my Easter decor. So just lay it on top of here. One over here. And just do one over here. Always do a little bit in the opposite direction, do the same. It doesn't matter what you do, but try to do it a little bit the same. So I'm going to do one over here. I take more this one. So you see, with some easy, and just lay it over here so it can stick to each other. I am happy enough, I'm not the only one who is always fighting with the glue. So, and now I'm going to have to still need someone over here. And just lay it over here. So what I'm going to do right now, you see already a couple of the green already makes a lot of difference, and I'm going to make now my little bow. So for everyone who wants to know, I just cut 8 pieces of a ribbon. I did this white because you can make them as big as you want. What I'm going to do is, first of course, before I forget, I already forget something. I take 4 of them. And I'm going to give them first a fishtail, because later on that is very difficult to do. So I'm going to make sure that I have a fishtail. And I hope this is going okay, because my scissors are not the greatest. So this is one side. Now we're going to do the other side, and of course, you know already how to make a fishtail, I think. There are so many beautiful YouTube friends who also make beautiful bows. I have to get another scissor because this is really awful. So you see a nice fishtail, and I do the other 4. And of course, I'm sorry that you have to wait for it. Maybe I will maybe I will move forward for you. Then you don't even hear me saying this. We will see. Oh, this is really bad. If you look at me at work right now, you think, what's she doing? And frankly, I don't even know myself why I'm doing this. So, just cutting at least try to cut a fishtail. But next time, I promise you, I have another scissor. Yes, we are here. So what I'm going to do is just fold them together, just on top of each other, and just squeeze them a little bit. I don't measure it out. I'm just doing, most of the time I just do the half. So, and the other one I do upside down, so the black will be on the outside. I did this also, this bow on top of my lanterns. I also made a spring lantern, and I'm going to lay this upside down on top of here. And now so we go on and on until we have all the ribbons. And like I said, there are so many beautiful bow makers, so just watch them. So I do 2 black and 2 stripes this way, and the stripes, the black one this way. And now we are going to do the other side direction. So we are going to do the stripe upside down and just squeeze it in the middle and just lay them over here. It is a little bit difficult to hold it in your hands. Maybe when you have longer fingers, maybe it will be much easier. I don't know. I have not the, and this one just this way. We have to still do 2 more and then we are finished. And we are going to squeeze it. I still hope I'm doing it on camera. I don't even know if I show you. Then I will leave it out. And this one upside down. And the black one again on top of each other. And this way. So you have on and on and on. So you have 2 black one up, the loopings on top. And the other one down. Now I'm going to try to get this little piece of wire on top of here, and now we are going to squeeze our bow to leave it in every way we can. So you see, I squeeze them out a little bit, so make sure that I have a flat side, because I want to have it inside of the between the little berries. So I am going to do some glue on top of it, and then I'm going to squeeze it inside. Of course, my glue gun is did go out. If something goes wrong, everything goes wrong, but nothing is strange with me. With me it is always a chaos. And there is no rhyme or reason in my DIYs, but I just show you the way I am DIYing, because mistakes are also part of your DIY. No one is perfect and no one makes perfect DIYs. So I'm just also learning from each and every one. So I'm learning from other people. So don't worry if something goes wrong. Don't let it discourage you. How do I say that? Don't let it get in your way for trying. Just try your own way. I'm just squeezing it inside of the 2 pieces of branch. And now I still hope, because there is a little bit of pressure on top of it, so I hope it will stay in place. And I already work a little bit with my bow, so he won't fall off. So you see, it is such an easy bow. You can get them not easier than this, because I am really a terrible bow maker, so if I can do this, you certainly can do it. I'm going to do a little piece over here. I think I used a little piece of berry, a couple of one of this one and then one of the white one to finish it off a little bit here in the middle, and then he is finished. And then I show you the end result. So here you see my plate, how he is looking on the plate holder. And of course he won't stay here because I have a very large wooden suitcase, just how you call it. And that's where I want to have him placed for this spring season. But you see already, I just wanted to show you how he is finished, and I am so happy how he turned out. Of course, you see, with a simple plate you can also use a dinner plate, you can use a charger, you can use anything you want, and you can make one of your own very easy. You just saw me making how easy it was just to make one of your own. And of course, place some candlesticks, some lamps with it, and you already are fit to go for in your decor, and it doesn't have to cost you almost nothing. And I always love the most easy DIYs, and especially the inexpensive DIYs, because that's what we love the most. Dyanne and I love doing things on a budget, and especially that everyone can make them. So I am very happy how they turned out, and I just hope you enjoyed watching. So for this DIY we need 3 gift boxes, and I already have the very cheap ones. So don't, if you don't have laying them around, but I think you will, or you can use something for your, from your groceries, cereal boxes or something else, but just take 3 of the same measurements. I have this one already laying around for a year. They are from the Christmas season, so just use 3 of the same boxes. So I will try to make a scarecrow out of it, but we will see if this will work out or not. But this is always the question with me, if it will work out or not. So let's start this DIY and hope that it will succeed. So you see already, the only thing what we will need from the gift boxes is the underside. So the lid, we are saving it for something else, but for now we just need the box on its own. So I will have 3 boxes, and then I'm going to paint them. And of course, before we going to paint them, I'm going to try to remove the sticker, but the sticker is already on here for a year, so I don't know if it will go out really great, but it seems to be going quite easy. So you see, I will do all 3 of them. So you see already, I removed the stickers. Some places it didn't go not as great as, because there are little pieces off, but it doesn't matter because we are going to paint it. And like you see already, I am going to paint it in the little bit of the, not dark brown, but a little bit yeah, lighter brown. But you can choose, of course, any color you like. So I'm going to give all of them a couple of coats of the brown color, and then I show you how that is looking like. So you see already the first coat of my scarecrow is drying. I think I need 2, I hope not 3, but I think 2. And I'm going to try to make it from almost no cost. So I'm going to look for, of course I have some twine for his hair, and of course I need some scarecrow head. I'm going to look for if I have some painter sticks in my stash or something from cardboard. So I'm going to look for that, and then I show you where I'm going to make his head from. So here you see I have the lid of one of the boxes. What I'm going to do right now is just going to remove the little bow, and of course he's a piece inside of the box, so just remove it because you will paint it later on. So you see it's very easy to remove, and you see here what I'm going to do. I don't need the whole a lid, but I'm just using a little piece of it, but I want to have the sides, the top, and this side. So this side, this side, and this side. So I'm going to cut out a little piece on the underside of our lid. So I'm going to cut this out because if I use the sides, I always have a nice did you finish your work very nice. I don't know how you call it when you now you can see if I do the hairs on the sides, you can still see a nice piece on the sides if you look at your scarecrow on the sides. This is really so so we are going to try it again because this was really not understandable for anyone. So what I'm going to do, I just going to do it this I think a little bit better than I explained it. So I am going to cut this off, and then I show you what I'm going to do with the rest. So you see already I did with a knife, I just cut the corners of the one side of our lid, and what I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to cut it a little bit over here. It doesn't matter how long your head is going to be. You just need it as a piece for under your, because you're going to do it with some wood. And of course I'm going to cut it off. I do it and then I show you. So this is eventually, after all my talking, this is what I mean. You just cut a little piece from your lid off. So what I'm going to do right now, I have some pieces of my painter steel sticks I used in an earlier DIY, and I never throw something away, so I always use the rest leftovers. So I'm going to take a little piece, and then I'm going to glue this on top of the front of our head. So I'm going to do all the sticks, and it doesn't matter because I love that it has a little bit of a rough ending, because I don't want it to be very smooth, because eventually it is a scarecrow, so you have to be scared of it. I don't know if you get scared of this one, but this I'm going to try. So I'm going to glue this on front of it, and always do a little piece over it so you get a nice side. So I'm going to glue this and then I show you. So before I'm back again, before I'm going to glue it, I just show you a little bit a step in between, because I did the sides I did in the black color, because one of the painter sticks is not wide enough to cover the whole sides. So I just did a little black paint on it, but you don't have to do that. That's just my preference. And of course I also did on the little the inside of this boxes, I also painted in the black color, just a little bit rough, not really very neat, but just a little bit rough, so the inside is also black. So when you look at on the back side, you also have a nice view to look at. So what I'm going to do, like I said earlier, I'm going to glue right now I'm going to glue the sticks on top of the front. So you see, this is already the start of the head. You're looking at it right now, you think, what a mess. But it will come, at least I hope it will go okay. What I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to take one painter sticks and I'm going to use it for a little bit sideways on top of our head. But what I'm going to do first, of course, is just make some hair on one of the pieces of the head from our cardboard. So, but you see already when you do it a little bit sideways, it already started to look like a scarecrow head. So at the end, I hope it will come okay. But first, what I'm going to do right now is just going to wax it and just also wax one of these pieces, so it gets a little bit more of the rustic feeling. But of course, if you want to do it in the white color or brown color, just do it any color you want. I'm just doing it for my decor, but you are free to do any color you like. But you see already it looks a little bit like a scarecrow head. So I just show you a little piece of how the color is changing just by waxing or staining, just how you call it, your head. It already gives a more of the warm and rustic feeling. So I will do the whole head, and then we go further with the face of our scarecrow. So I just also wanted to show you how the finished result is from his head, and I am really happy how it turned out. And you see, when you have the saw sides on top of it, it looks really nice because it gives a nice rough ending of your head. So it looks really like a scarecrow head. So I let it dry for a moment, and then we will go further with the face of our scarecrow. So the next step, what I'm going to do is just going to glue the 3 pieces on each other. So I'm going to do the head and I think I do it a little bit sideways, not totally, but a little bit. And then I'm going to work further with it, but I want to have it first on top of each other, so I can measure out a little bit better where I need to have the button and where I do need to have to his head. So I can measure out a little bit better if I am gluing them together. So you see already my blocks are drying right now. I had a little difficulty with the glue. I thought I'd do it with another glue than my glue gun, but that was a bad idea. So it needs to dry for a moment. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do some little feet under it, because your head is with a little piece of wood. You can also do these pieces with cardboard, and then it would be that heavy, but I did it with wood and it is a little bit heavy. So if I would do this on top of my top of my box, it would be coming forward because it will be too heavy on the front. So I'm going to make little feet under the box. So I'm going to give him some thing that he can balance on top of it, so he won't fall over. So I'm going to glue them on the under piece of my box. I show you that in a minute how that is looking like. So here you see I made little feet, of course little stands, but I'm going to look for what I'm going to do with that, because I don't like it this way it's looking right now, but we are going to work with it later. What I'm going to do first is make the snow crow's hair, and of course I'm going to do a couple of times a little bit of this length, because I don't know if I do a boy or a girl. So if I want to do something with the hair, at least it's long enough, and I do some 20 times the same length, so you have a nice full of hair. So I'm going to do that, and then I show you how this is looking like. So here you see the strings I made for the hair. What I'm going to do right now, you have here your scarecrow head. You turn it inside out, or turn it around is better word. And then I'm going to cut this in half, and I'm going to glue one on this side and one on this side, and then later on I'm going to do some couple of hairs, but just little pieces this way, and I'm just going to glue this over here. But first I'm going to glue this one on this side, this one on this side, and then I'm going to do a couple of hairs over here. So here you see how I made it inside of my box. This is the smaller little pieces of twine, and this is a couple of the longer ones. This is how you turn it around, and you see already I think it looks very like a scarecrow. You can make a boy or a girl. You can still decide what you're going to do. What I'm going to do, of course, I'm going to do him on the top of my the box above. So I will glue this on top of it, and then I show you, I'm letting you show how it is looking like. So here you see already how the scarecrow is looking with the head and his hair on. And you see already I did need the little feet, because or else he will be falling over, falling over on the table. You see here I just scratched a little piece, but we are working with that because I need to do some buttons over here, but first I'm going to do, I just will cut his hair a little bit, and then we're going to make his eyes and his nose. So you see already I cut his hair a little bit, but I am not going to make some eyes. For me the eyes are a little bit under the hair, but if you are great in making eyes, just make eyes. But I'm not great. I'm just doing here a little nose, and I will use this little kind of cones. I will use, and I will paint them in the orange color, and then I'm going to do one over here, and I'm going to do the mouth. I will draw with some text marker, with some black text marker, and then I show you how that is looking like. And of course I have a little piece of wood I will glue on top of here, and I will do 2 leaves on it, one leaf over here and one leaf over here, and I'm going to place a button on top of it, just the way I did it with his head, just a piece of leaf, and of course a button. He is still drying because I made him dark red, because that are the colors for my decor. And I'm going to do also this way, and I'm going to glue this in the middle. So I'm going to decorate a little bit, but you can decorate it any way you want. I show you in a moment a little bit further. So you see already I'm a little bit further. I did a little piece of a ribbon on the first and the second box. I did first only the ribbon until here, and then I did make a little bow, but I think you already know how to make a little bow, and in my earlier videos you already saw me making those bows. They are very easy. And here do you see the little piece of wood with some a leaf, with a fall leaf and a little button on top of it. I need to work a little bit with it because I need to have it a little bit more darker red, but I already painted it already 3 times, but it is very hard to get under. And these buttons I always buy in a very in the Action, of course, here, and you have the Dollar Tree, so the buttons I think you can find anywhere in your store. So I always did them in a couple of sizes. So this is the middle size, this is one of the bigger size. You can play a little bit with it. When I'm going to my plan was not to do eyes, but I am going to try to make them because I still miss them. But bear with me because I am very bad in making eyes. So I will cut this a little bit further, and then I'm going to do some eyes. I have here my orange nose, but I am going to probably do a little bit of wax on top of it, but I just wanted to show you also how he is in orange, because in orange he's a nice color, but I have a little bit darker color for my season. So I'm going to do some wax later on top of it. So this is a little bit how we here right now. So I'm going to try to make 2 eyes, and I hope you are better in it than I am. So, but I am going to give it a try. And of course later on I'm probably going to distress the head a little bit, because I like it a little bit more with the black and gray, a little bit distressing. But also you don't have to do it any way you like. So I'm going to do the eyes, and then I show you. So here you see the eyes. I did my best. I think for me they are looking great. So I also did the nose, and I did with some pencil. I already made a little line for the mouth, and I'm going to do this with my black marker. I was thinking first white, but I'm just going to make it black. So, and that will be my face. I know there are much better ones, but I'm doing my best. And for this, it looks okay. I'm happier with eyes than without this. So I am really great how they turned out. So I'm going to make the mouth, and then you see already how we decorated the rest. So here you see how he is so far. I also draw the mouth and of course the eyes, and I just forgot to tell you, I just took a piece of my what I have in my grocery, which is a package from my grocery. It's black on the end on one side and white on the other, and I just made some rounds with the shape of my little button. So I did one bigger white, a little smaller black, and then a little white dot on top of it with my white marker, so you know exactly how I made them. And what I did right now, because I need something for my hair, because it is a girl, and I'm going to glue this on top of her little tail. So I'm going to do here some glue on top of it, so she has also a little piece of the fall on her hair. So, and then I'm going to distress the whole thing, and then we are going to decorate a little bit under it over here. And of course I'm going to do here some lettering. I'm just having some wooden letters, so I'm going to look which word I'm going to make. But first I'm going to glue this on top of it. So for his head I just took some black schoolboard paint, and I'm just dabbing it off because I don't want to have it too big on the sides. So I'm just going to, on a little bit on the side of our head, I'm just going to make it a little bit looking older and a little bit more that it is dirty. So I'm just going to, and around the sides, under the top, you see already, and in the middle of every little painter stick, so it looks a little bit more like it is an old head. So, but just do it the way you think it's okay. So I'm doing it this way, but maybe there are different ways which are much better than what I do. So I'm going to finish this one, and of course I'm also going to do a little bit on the sides of our little scarecrow. So, and then I show you how he's turned out when he is distressed. So I just show you how I do the sides of my boxes, and of course, like I said earlier, just do it your way, but I thought maybe you would love to see how I do my sides, and just go a little bit in between, just make it a little bit like it's coming more to life again. Just go a little bit under it. And you see already how he's changing. The light's not the greatest, I know, but just do a little bit like your feeling is telling you. This most of the time is the best. So I just wanted to show you also how I distress this part. So, and now I'm going to show you later how he's really distressed. So you see, I have, for my words, I have two different kind of lettering. These are the, I think the normal letters, the main letters from the alphabet, and of course we have here a different shape of letters, but it looks a little bit like the same, but it's more a little bit straight, and this is a little bit with curves. So I am going to look for what I'm going to do best under it, and what word I can do under it. So I have to think about it, and I show you what it's gonna be. So you see how the word turned out. I just did hello, but you can do fall, you can do harvest, you can do anything you like. So, but I chose for this way, and now I'm going to decorate the underside, because he needs this stand to stand up, because like I said earlier, or else the head will be too heavy. But you can do the head with cardboard, so you won't have that problem. So I'm going to decorate and show you how he really turned out. So the result will be next. So, and here you see how my scarecrow girl turned out. I am really happy with the end result. And you see, with some old boxes you can make your own scarecrow. You can make a boy, you can make a girl, it doesn't matter, but I'm always loving it to make it from very cheap supplies. So I am really happy that this one succeeds. And I have him under my fireplace.
On the Hobby Lobby website, we found this really cute Fall and Blessings truck sign. The back side of the truck, we think it is super cute, and we would like to remake this one. It's made out of wood, you can hang it up, and we think we can make something like this as well. It is currently out of stock, but it was on sale for $9.60, but the original price was $16. Here is the truck printed on paper. This was the largest I could print. I'm going to cut out this figure, not the cord here on top, but only the part what I want to cut out from wood or maybe cardboard. I don't know that yet. So just to have an image, an indication of how large and which shape this thing needs to have. This is the silhouette of the truck. Well, to be honest, drawing by hand is actually not my strongest thing, but it's not my talent. So I think after, you know, drawing around the silhouette here, I'm going to cut here, and maybe for the tires as well, for the pumpkins that are here, because then if you lay that upon the wood, you can easily draw lines here around, so you have, you know, a little bit more of a guiding line to work with, to paint with, to draw with. That is totally up to you, but I think it works fine for me. Just like, you know, making a 3D card, then you would also cut out this, more ways separately to, you know, really make it pop and coming it to the front. So I'm at Janny's place now for the sewing. Here's the power saw, and this is actually what I'm going to draw a line around on the wood, and then I'm going to cut it out with the tool. Well, the largest part has been sewed out, but this for these small figures here, I need my figure saw. Ta-da! Now I have a wooden truck. Well, it isn't completely perfect compared to the paper version, but I'm pretty happy with it. Sewing with the figure saw is quite the challenge, especially for the tires. They're not as round as I wanted them to be, but, well, actually, I don't mind. Time to, I think I'm just going to paint everything first in a white layer to give everything a nice even base. I'll be using a white chalk paint for that job. Now, here we have some white chalk paint from Action, and I'm just pouring something on top of this. Oh, well, maybe I first put it on the brush, because I think in the first place it is a smart thing to here paint the edges as well. Only not doing the bottom part where the tires are and where the, well, the suspension is here. So just only the top. And when that is done, I'm going to paint the whole thing white. Okay, almost done and ready to dry. I think 1 hour drying is enough for this paint. This is actually the best white chalk paint I've ever had. Really, the coverage is so wonderful, and I'm super happy that I found this edition. Maybe you've seen in previous DIYs that I was using a big can with white chalk paint. Really, that stuff, I would never want to buy it again since I discovered this. This is so much better. Well, time to let it dry, and I'm going to clean my brush. Yeah, and then we craft further. The base of the truck is completely white now, and the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to cut out the tires, the suspension here, the back part, and yeah, I also think first I'm going to cut here to create the window, and then I'm going to cut out, or maybe I'm going to do the same way, I'm going to cut out all the pumpkins which are in the truck. Then I'm going to get a pencil and draw the lines here, here, there, and there. So hopefully that it makes it a little bit more neater than it is right now. And this is the last part. Look, everything is now divided into small cutout pieces of paper. Time to draw around the lines. Just draw the line here, here, and here, and here. This one is the hardest. Drawing around those pumpkins. Maybe should have done them piece by piece, but I think this will also work. Just draw around the cutout piece of paper lightly with your pencil. Just like this, and then you can create a nice silhouette of the pumpkins in the truck. According. This one needs to be a little bit lower, I suppose. More like this. What you of course can do then is cut out the pumpkins one by one and lay them upon the figure here. See how large you need to draw them. I'm going to do this a little bit like this one here, because it isn't not completely the same as the one that I put upon the wood. The wood was a little harder for us to cut out. I have such sweaty hands. There, this is what I need. Go down here and here as well. Just a line like this. Oh, sorry, that was my phone. Oh yeah, there is a little one here, round one. I'm not going to do the curly leaf part. And this one needs to be here. That is a small one. And after that, everything is complete. Oh, only the rear window needs to be cut out. Let me see. Yeah, just like this here. And then we can start painting. I think I first start with the tires, making them black, and after that I think I'll continue with the bumper, making that gray. And remember, it doesn't have to be perfect. This is just the way that I like it, but you can do totally your way, of course. Well, here we are, time to start painting. Put my crafting box upon the table. First I'm going to start off with this black chalk paint for the tires. I have gray for the bumper and also for the suspension. Then we continue with the pumpkins. I have several colors mixed by myself here, and also some dark green and some yellow. Maybe that is also cool stuff. Don't know that. First we start off with the tires. So first we'll use black. The tires and the suspension and the bumper are done. I think I'm going to switch to the pumpkins. Therefore I pick a mixed color. The largest one, I want that to be orange. So just use one of the smallest pencils I have and carefully start painting around. I think this one needs several layers because the quality of this paint isn't the most wonderful. Time to start off with the last pumpkin. That one's going to be yellow. And this is the best paint I have at home. So I hope that one layer is enough. And don't mind the pencil stripes that you're seeing. The gray ones. Easily get rid of them when you're using, well, let's say, marker at the end to define the lines. If you want to, that is totally up to you, of course. You might think it is cute or you just don't like it. Pick what you want. Well, it is done. I'll show you a close-up. Some pumpkins need an extra layer of paint, but that's going to be fine. Don't forget to paint the sides as well on the same colors that you're using on the front. This is what the other side looks like, also at the bottom. There you get a really nice 3D effect. I think that the colors of the truck are pretty much done now. I also made some rear lights, make it clear that it's a truck. And also painted the rear window. Just used some tiny bit of this blue chalk paint combined with a lot of white. And then this color was really nice in my opinion. Next step is adding letters here. I can do that in two ways. You can use pre-printed letters or just Well, how can I explain what I mean? Let me grab into my stash. Here, you can also use stencils. I have some wood stencils here. Or wood burning stencils, but they're also perfectly suitable for painting. So yeah, that's totally up to you what you want to use to make those letters. Okay, I hope you can see what I did. Let me just zoom in a little bit. I used some pencil to write harvest upon the truck. Just laid the whole silhouette, you know, the stencil upon the truck, and then wrote it down with a pencil. Now I'm going to use a marker and I'm going to color up the whole thing. This is my all-time favorite marker for this job. It is a glass marker, but it has a really cool tip. As you can see here, it's very fine, so you can write down very precise what you need to write. So you start off with laying the stencil in the right place. Then just write down, hold the stencil tight, just move the marker around the pattern upon the stencil. Now get it off. Then you have H. Don't forget to wipe out here the back of the stencil, because you see there comes off some ink and you don't want to happen or have that upon the next letter that you're writing. So moving forward to A. Look! Well, you can also, if you want to check if everything is filled in right, don't forget to wipe again. And then continue with the rest of your letters. Just finish the T. I think it is super cute. And very easy to make with those stencils. They're very handy. And this is the final result of the remake of the truck. For those who are wondering why I only wrote harvest instead of happy harvest, as you can see, I don't think that I had enough space to fill down all the words. So I just only did harvest. I'm really happy with this result. Really like the colors as well. They totally fit in with my autumn decor, which are dark orange and red as well. I hope that you like this DIY. Janny and I hope you had fun watching. Please give us your opinion, or if you have any suggestions, write them down in the comment section. We'll be happy to read it. Hey, it's Dyanne here. I'm here with a brand new video for you today. Today I will be redesigning, flipping this thrifted sign. This thing is enormous, really. It's laying on my kitchen floor right now and almost fills up the whole kitchen. I bought it for €5. It is incredible. At a really weird store. It was some sort of thrift store, but a little bit different. Here, see my hand for scale. And yeah, I really like the size, but I don't like the look. So, time to flip it over. You can see the original, I hope, price still here. $4.59. Yeah, $4.59. 95. I'm always hustling the digits to each other, but here we go. So let's see what I can make out of this €5 sign. I'll also show you the back, by the way, so you can see how it looks from the back side. So here's the back. If you want to, you can hang this one up. Through the metal holes you can hang it up, and here is also a price tag. And yeah, the wood is waxed, I think. It's a little bit distressed, but I don't like this color. Really, I don't think it looks good to my floor. I don't want to place this, sorry, I want to place this sign upon the floor. I think in the hallway. So yeah, it really needs a big flip. I'm going to start with painting the front side completely black. Well, the sign nearly fits upon the table. This is the paint that I want to use. blackboard paint for a nice matte finish. I'm really starting to think that spray painting is also an option. I don't know yet. Let's see. Yeah, I think it gives a more rustic feeling using this blackboard paint, because I also have matte black paint, but I'm in doubt if that is black enough or matte enough. So yeah, you see now it is super shiny. Yeah, I think this is a better solution. So let's grab myself a brush and paint away. Okay, I'm halfway through the transformation to black. It took me quite a while actually to paint this thing black, because I needed 2 layers of paint. So yeah, I'm doing now, what do you call that, plank by plank, like this. I'll start there, and then I move my way to this part of the board, and also to the sides, but they only had to be once. But this one needs 2, so these 3 are wet. Now moving on to the last one. Then letting it dry, and then we can start distressing, and I will do that with gray and brown paint, maybe also a little bit of white. Don't know that yet, but that's just what I want to do. Only the edges, by the way, and here in between the planks maybe. Okay, the sign is now completely black. Time to start distressing, therefore I always use a towel and also a brush. What I'm going to do, I think I'll first start off with white. Just pouring some white paint here in the towel. This is an old towel, by the way. Now, if there is any paint that wants to come out, I'll show you the paint, by the way. This is chalk paint. Also have a gray one, and I have some brown paint too. What I do, I just dab the brush first into the paint and then into the towel. Now I'm going to just wipe away like this. Don't be afraid to do a little bit stronger if you want to on several points. Also brush the other way. And just like this, continue until you're satisfied with how white everything is. I always do it around the edges and also here, you know, for example here, whatever you like, painting away. Okay, I'm satisfied with the white part. Now I'm doing the same, but then for the gray paint. And I'm going to, well, I think this part is a little bit too white, so I'm just putting some gray over it. Also here. Can't see much of a difference, but it really, you know, makes some white parts look less hard white, and that can be of the essence. I think here too. And I really like the worn look. I always was really, well, let's say, frightened to distress. But after doing it several times with the technique I'm just showing you, it can go wrong. If you have other techniques, of course, we would like to know. So we suggest that you write it down in the comment section. This also works pretty well. Here, here. Just start rubbing. I always use, by the way, an old brush, not a new one, because you're gonna ruin your brush up with this technique. Okay, time to move over to the brown, and that is just a little bit of brown, not too much. Okay, there we go. You can also use, by the way, beeswax if you want to. Oh yes, this gives it a beautiful finish. This is, by the way, acrylic paint. The other ones were chalk paint. But I don't have brown chalk paint here. And I can't mix that, so I'm using brown acrylic paint. And this really gives it a rustic feeling. I hope you can see it good on camera. Here, this is the acrylic paint that I'm using. Brown, it was really hard to get. Janny and I bought this one in Germany. So I had to cross the border for this. A little bit more because I think the brown looks fantastic. Let's start off here in the edge. I really like this distressing now. Also works good to give something, you know, a rusty feeling if you're painting metal or something. But also seen people using cinnamon for that job, so that is also an idea. Okay, I'm going to continue until I'm satisfied with the result, and I will show you after everything is dry how we move on. The base is done. Time to move over to the decoration. I went to Pinterest and I found, I hope you can see it, something like this. All the reindeer names from Santa with the reindeer beside it with a red nose. And I want to make something myself as well, but I don't like the reindeer here, so I'm going to do it my way. I want to use these wooden stencils. I can tear them apart here. And then, you know, just lay all the names down like this. And I think it comes up right to here. And under the top section, I can make a reindeer. Well, first I'm going to paint the letters. And then I'll move over to painting the reindeer. Because I don't know on which height the letters will come up to. So to figure that out, yeah, first thing I'm going to unwrap this. This is from Action, by the way. I think it was €3 or something. And they have stenciled letters and also some numbers and figures. Time to remove the plastic and unwrap them because you can see it here, hopefully. Just need to press here on these parts and then everything comes loose. And of course I can use the wooden frame to frame the letters in the right position. So that is very useful. I have been using stencils before, but then everything got screwed up because, you know, it moves around and so. But I hope with this stuff, this was new from the store, I hope that it's now better doing it this way. I guess that the rack wasn't as strong as it looked on the package. Really, it cost me, I think, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to press out all the letters and then fixing, yeah, the rack you see here with a lot of tape. Not everything has survived it, but most of it did, so yeah, it is usable for me. Right now, I'm going to secure the rack here. I think I'm going to do that with sticky gum, Janny and my favorite DIY product. Some sort of chewing gum, and really it leaves no traces if you put it back off. So I'm going to put 2 here. Yeah, and for the next stencil, I think I'll just be reusing the same one here. Yeah, otherwise I'll be, I think, 30 minutes in the future when everything is done. So I'm going to put letters in the right place and then start painting around with white chalk paint, by the way. Okay, I laid all the letters as much as I could. Time to start painting. I'll have a plastic cup for the paint. So just pour some paint into the cup. And then I have a really small brush. And yeah, as I said, I secured the wooden frame with the sticky gum here on the edges. It's a bit too much. And now I just start painting away. You can see what I am doing. Let me zoom in a little bit. I don't think it will work out directly into the beginning. I think multiple layers of paint are necessary. And of course you can use stencils if you have them, but Janny and I don't have that. So I keep continuing in this way until I had every letter. And then letting it dry. And I think then I know where to paint if I remove the rack. But that will take a time, because I first wanted to dry before removing the rack. So yeah, I think I'll be busy for a couple of minutes, and then I think it needs an hour to dry before I can remove the stencils. So I'll be back with you when your names are upon it, and then we can go further. Good morning, everyone. It is the next day and the letters are completely dry, as you can see. It is time to finish off the sign. And I want to make a really huge reindeer here on top. There is plenty of space left to draw something. And for that I'm going to find myself a printable from the internet, print it out, draw around it, and then I can fill it in with paint. Unfortunately, I can only print in this size. So what I did, I just printed the same image 4 times. And as you can see, I can make one big print out of it. That is long enough for the whole image. So yeah, something like this will happen, I think, roughly said. So, time to cut it out, and then I'm going to use tape to put everything together so I can draw around. And then I have a nice template for a reindeer. Now I have one big silhouette from the deer. Yeah, sorry, it isn't the best color combination. I had to make it black. You can see it a little bit here. Anyway, oh, big truck moving around the street. I'm going to put it here, draw around, and yeah, then start filling it in with the paint. What I did, I just used tape to put the several sheets together, and that was enough actually. So I'm really happy. I will be securing it, I think, with some sticky tape, not too much, just a little bit. And then we are ready. You can see it better now. I'm using a white chalk marker for this job because, yeah, the paint which I'm going to paint over is also chalk paint. Carefully start drawing around. Just a thin line is enough. And by doing this, I want to go all around the deer. Once this chalk maker is a little bit dried out, so So I have to wait until the ink gets to the bottom again. This is a tricky part. Well, as you can see, this is going to take a while, so I'll be back when the silhouette is drawn up on the board. Well, time to remove the silhouette carefully. No matter if the paper tears apart, I'm not going to use it anyway anymore. Super cute. And there goes the sticky butt. Goodbye, sticky gun. Thank you for your service. Time to start painting. Here we are. The sign is complete. First I thought, maybe a red nose on there would do something good, but I tried to lay a red paper upon its nose and really it didn't do any good in my opinion. But if you want to add the red nose, of course you can do it by yourself. You can also make the O from Rudolph red, but I prefer this one. This one is super timeless in my opinion, and it is totally farmhouse. Look how cute the reindeer turned out. And of course the letters, which you already saw before. Well, that was the DIY. I think it's a pretty good flip, and I'm going to keep this sign for years because I can't get enough of it and it really matches every style that you're using for Christmas. Yeah, I'm going for the glam style this year with pink and red, and I think this one suits very cool with the color schedule, but then in a whole way.
You see what we will use for our next DIY. This DIY is made of totally from scrap wood. This is pallet wood I got for free from, like I told you earlier in another video, from my husband's work. So they have pallets they don't use anymore, so I saw them in little pieces. So I need 4 of them, and what I'm going to make, I try to make at least another sign, and I'm going to make a sign which had a little bit with the winter time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make 4 different heights of our sign, and I'm going to try to keep the tops. I'm going to make some points out of it, so it will look a little bit like some ice. So we will see if I can see if I can see or not. We will see how it will turn out. So I saw them, and then I show you how they are looking like. And here you see how they turned out. Of course, it was a little bit harder than I expected to do, but with my jigsaw, I just try to make some points on top of it, and you can lay them in any order you want. I use this order because I like how they are going to up and down. So, but I am going to paint them in the white chalk color, but not totally white. So you see already I have them ready to paint. I am happy that I can try to do another new chalk paint, because the last one I tried so many already, but nothing is covering in once. So I'm going to try this time a new one. It's also, I don't know if it is a brand Hornbach. I don't even know if you can get it outside of I think in Germany and something else in Europe, but I don't know if you get it further away. But at least this one I'm going to try if this covers in once, at least twice. So I am looking forward to not to paint things 6 times again. So I am looking forward how this will turn out. You see already I did my piece of my paint tin. I did in some plastic container because I love that a little bit better to paint with. So we will see if I am correct, and this is covering, at least I hope it will cover in one coat. What I'm going to do, I start in the middle, and what I'm going to do, I'm just keep it away a little bit from the side, so a little bit over here, but not totally on top of it because I want to stay, I want to have that you see still a little piece of the wood. So I'm not going to do it totally. I'm just going to, yeah, you call it distressing. It's not really distressing, but a little bit more like distressing because I want to have it also a little bit of the wood showing. So I will do all 4 of them and then I show you. Maybe that's better that you can see exactly what I mean. And here you see already a little bit what I mean. I just keep the sides a little bit open from the wood, but just do a little bit the way you think it's right. I'm always doing something. Sometimes I have no idea, so I'm always going to try. So I let it dry for a moment, and what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to make little tags for inside of our sign, a little bit of the longer one, smaller one, and I'm going to make them on my computer. I show you in a moment how I make them, and if you want to have them, you always know you can find them in our description box. But I'm going to make the word, I think I'm going to do cold or snow, I'm not really sure. We will see, and what I will come up with. And so you have for nothing, for no cost, you have a nice sign for in your home, for your Christmas decor or your winter decor, just where you are decorating for. So I'm going to my computer right now, and then I'm going to make our little tags for inside of here. Here you see already the prints we made for our little sign, and of course I did the words separately. It looks now like it's fitting together, but I did them separately because or else you did get one word smaller than the other word. So I did them separately, and later I just squeeze them in, so it looks the same when I cut them out. And of course, because you have different size of trees, I show you in a moment exactly what I mean. Then it's better than I explain it. What I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to cut them out, and then we are going to Mod Podge them on top of our sign. So you see already I cut the print out, and I left a little piece on the top. And what I'm going to do right now, I'm just going to make a little bit of the points the same way I have on top of my end of my wood. So I'm going to also try a little bit to do the same way over here. And then I'm going to Mod Podge it on top of our little pieces of wood before we glue everything together. So you see, I use the normal Mod Podge for my book, but if you have school glue or something else you're doing it with, it's also fine. I'm just going to use this little smaller one. I am going to Mod Podge on top of it, and I already am busy with one of them because I always make a little bit more prints than one. So I am just going to do a little bit of the Mod Podge on top of it. And what I'm going to do, I'm really going to squeeze it a little bit hard on top of our wood, because I want to have a little bit like the wood structure is a little bit coming through your piece. So I have to look if I am having it straight on top of my wood, because I want to have the words a little bit the same, on the same height, I mean. So that's what will be a task. So I am going to do all the rest of it, and then I show you how they are looking like with all of them on top of here. But you see already, he is already looking great. So you see already I have all of them in the Mod Podge, and I also did this time, I did also the top of it, but I did not only do the picture, but I also did the total front of our wood, also with some Mod Podge. Later on we will distress it a little bit with a little bit of the black and a little bit of the furniture wax. But that's later. I let it dry for a moment right now, and then I'm going to glue it with second glue against each other. So then you get one frame, and then we are going to distress it a little bit and work it further to finish it off. So I use a normal glue, a normal glue, at least from a normal brand. I don't know if you can get it outside of here, I don't know, but at least it is second glue, so it normally it glues in seconds, but when you that's in theory, but in the practice it doesn't glue immediately, especially not when you do it on wood. So I hope that you see already it looks like the whole tube is full, but it isn't. So I'm going to take my next one, and of course this always goes on camera, because on camera, when you have your camera running, it never goes the way you like it to go. So I have it over here, I did some, and now I'm going to glue this together to this one, and of course I can better lay them beside each other, and this way I can squeeze them together. And so I will do all of them, and then I show you how they are looking like when they are totally against each other. So you see here already I have all four of them glued together, and what I'm going to do right now, because it's very plain right now, at first I'm going to do it with some of my furniture wax. You see here just simple furniture wax, and of course you can stain it, you can use anything you like, you can even use brown paint if you like. So I'm just going to dip my little brush inside of the furniture wax, and I'm just going to dab it off, that I have not a lot on top of my brush, but enough to distress it on the sides, of course. And I will do the whole piece, and then I show you how that is looking, how it is looking, sorry. And of course don't forget to do the sides, because we want to have it a little bit of the rustic feeling, and the tops, of course, just work your way around your sign, and also distress a little bit immediately the sides, not a lot, but just pieces to give it a little bit of a warm rustic feeling. And you see already how much it changes. So now I do the whole sign, and then, because I won't bore you with that, and then I show you how it's looking with only the brown on it. Here you see already how the sign is looking when you only distress it a little bit with some furniture wax or just with some stain, and I already love the rustic and the farmhouse feeling it gives. But if you want to distress it with another color, it's also fine too. Now I'm going to do with the black some little pieces here and there, not everywhere, but just little pieces, and then I'm going to finish it off on top of it with a little piece of twine, just to give it a little bit more of an still a little bit more of an touch from a rustic look, but of course you don't have to do that. So I'm going to finish it off with the black first. And here you see already the touches of the black. I didn't do a lot of black, but if you like to use more black, go ahead, it's fine. You can do anything you like. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to give it a little bit of twine on top of here. I have to look if I like it or not, and then we are going further with our second DIY, because this video will be all about dress wood and scrap wood, just how you call it, but everything will be in wood. So I'm going to finish it off with some twine. This is what we will use for our next and second DIY. Here you see already I have some end pieces of a piece of you use for holding up your fence. and I have 4 end pieces of it, and I'm going to paint them first. I hope you have also lying around in your stash or in your garage just pieces like this. Most of the time you also can find them with some home decor store of Home Depot. I think you call it a Home Depot store, where you can where they sell wood. Most of the time they also have a dumpster where you can find pieces of wood. At least here we do. And I am going to try to make something out of this also. So I'm going to paint them, I think in white or in the black color. Here you see already all 4 of them, but I'm only going to use 3. So I'm going to stack them on top of each other like this. So you see here, this is what you get, and I will glue them now together before I will paint them. So I will do that first, and then I'll show you how I'm going to paint it. So you see already I have them glued on top of each other. I mean, you know what I mean. They are stuck. What I'm going to do right now, I'm just taking again my white chalk paint, and it seems like everything is covering in one piece. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going again, not totally on the sides, just also a little bit in between, also here and here and here, just not totally the whole block. But if you like the whole block white is fine also, but I'm going to try to leave it a little pieces behind, so it gives a little bit more of a distressed look, just like we did with our other sign. So I'm going to do all 3 of them, and then I show you how it's looking like and what I mean exactly. Here you see what I mean with a little bit of the distressing. I just left out some pieces of the wood. So I did the middle, I did thicker, and of course the sides I did a little bit less. I let it dry now for a while, and now we're going to my computer because I'm going to make some little tags for inside of here. So come along with me. And here you see already the print we just made, and I am really loving the brown, the green and the red. Of course I have 2 of them for the front side and the left side. I will cut them out, and then we are going to place them on our wood. So, and here you see already how they are looking like when you have them on top of your wood. Of course I will do one together with you, and the other ones I will do out of camera, because or else you will be very bored the way I am going to Mod Podge my pictures. And of course I show you one, but I think you all already know how to Mod Podge your pieces, but I'm just going to show you one on top of here, and I'm going to try to get them a little in the middle. So you see already, so easy to make from old scrap wood and some paint and a little bit of print. You already have your own made sign. I'm going to do the rest and then I show you. Here you see already how he is looking on this side, and of course the other side is the same. What I'm going to do, of course, I'm going to make a little bow on top of it. You don't have to do it, and what you also see is people who do just totally the ribbon on the side of here, so you can do also that. So if you like that a little bit better, then you can do, of course, the ribbon totally over it. But I'm only going to do it on top of our top of our wood. We are going to make a little bow. I don't know which bow I will make. I have to look for what's fitting best for on top of here, but you can also leave it this way. If you like it a little bit better this way, is also fine too. Just do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to try to make a bow. So you see, I already prepared my ribbon. I took the red and the black buffalo check. What I did, I made two tails, of course, two longer ones and two smaller ones. We will use them later on, but first we're going to make the top bow. I did 8 pieces of 20 centimeters, but of course you can take the length you want. What I'm going to do, I have did 8 pieces, but of course I don't know if I really going to use this, because the tail of the bow doesn't have to be that big. So I'm going to squeeze one, and I'm going to do the other one in the opposite direction. Also fold it and just squeeze it and just turn it around against each other. And so you do on and on and on until you have all of them. And then you're going to take a wire and just make your wire around it. So I'm going to do it a little bit fast for people who don't want to see it. And I need one over here, and squeeze them and just turn it around again. I think I'm going to use 6 because that's already a very thick bow, because the ribbon is very how do you call it, not smooth, but he's very stiff, I think, if I say it right. And another one, and we are going to do that the opposite direction, of course. Just squeeze it again, and also this way. What I'm going to do, just take a piece of wire, just do it in the middle, just bend it and just turn it around, so you have, and now you see already, now you have just one piece, and now you only have to work with your bow, so it looks a little bit better like it is right now. So I'm going to work with it and then I show you. So you see, this is how our little bow turned out. What I'm going to do right now, I just hope I can show it to you. We will start with the tails. Of course, I will do you a little bit further away so you can see it a little bit better. Now we are getting our longer one and our smaller one. Of course, we have to do them a little bit together, because I want to have them hanging a little bit sideways, a little bit this way and this way. But of course, you see already he's a little bit wide on top of it, so I'm going to squeeze it a little bit together and just fold it. And then we are going to do some glue on top of here. And we are going to glue it a little bit this way. There's one of them. And now we're going to do the other one in the opposite direction. A little bit fold it this way. And just bend it this way. And we have to look, because you see already I am doing it wrong, because the smaller one has to be on that side. So you have, when you see your sign, you have it on both ways. You have a nice view. So just bend it this way, and now gluing it a little bit over here, and just squeeze it and just bend it this way, and just do a little bit glue with it if it doesn't totally stay in the same place like I do. And now we only have to glue our bow on top of here, and we are going to glue it a little bit over here. So I hope it shows already a little bit how it will turn out. So you see already how he is on top of our sign. Later on I show you the final end result, of course. And what we're going to do right now is going to DIY number 3. And here you see already the main things we need for this third DIY, and of course some couple of the wooden blocks. I did with my jigsaw, I made squares, so I did 6 squares, but of course we are going to need only 3. And of course I need some Christmas trees you use also in your Christmas village. I think you call them bottle brush trees, if I am correct. You can get them in any color you like. Of course, I have the green color because I want to have them in my home. So you can get them in different measurements. You can bigger ones, smaller ones. So I will see which one I will use, but you need 3 of them, and that are the main things we need for this third DIY. And also again, it doesn't have to cost you anything, so use the things in your stash. Here you see already our 3 blocks, and you see I did a cross with a pencil over it to measure out the middle, and I drilled a little hole inside of the middle because our bottle brush has to stay inside of here, so we are going to glue it later on. But first we are going to decorate our little stands for it. So I'm going to give them first a paint of coat with some white chalk paint. So I use the white color, but of course you can use any chalk paint you like. If you like better the black one or the white one or gray one, just do what's fitting for your decor. I'm going to make them, all 3 of them, white. So you see already our blocks are already dried. I did the top totally white, and I decided later on to do the sides only a little bit of this dressing. What I'm going to do right now, I'm just taking some Mod Podge, and I'm doing all 4 of the sides with some Mod Podge so they can dry before we go to my computer and just make also little pictures for on the sides of our stand. So, but I'm going to do all 4 sides of them with some Mod Podge, because or else your Mod Podge later on when you glue your picture on top of it, it will suck totally in and it dries fast. So I'm going to give it a little first coat on top of it. So you just saw me making our last print for this DIY. You see here already I did 2 different sizes, a little bit of the bigger one and a little bit of the smaller one. So I printed out, of course, 4 pieces because we need 4 of the G, 4 of the O and 4 of the Y. So I did it with all of them, so I'm going to cut everything out. I'm going to measure out if I need the smaller one or the bigger one. Here you see already I cut all the words joy out, and what I'm going to do, I take some Mod Podge, and this time I'm not doing the picture but I'm doing the whole piece of the side. So just everything with some Mod Podge or what you use, and of course I will place the letter on top of it, and I use this time the bigger ones. Now I have to go to try to get it in the middle, and you see already they are looking very nice. This is the one with the dots on top of it, and I will do all 3 blocks with the print. So you see the blocks with the little pictures on it, and it calls joy. The only thing what we're going to do right now, I just looked in my big bag with some trees. I looked for different sizes but I didn't like it, so I am going for the middle size, and I am doing all 3 of them in the same length, and of course I will glue them inside of here so they will stand up. Right, I'm just going to show you this way. I think the light is better for you this way. And what I'm going to do, I also do a little bow from a simple piece of twine, and I'm gluing this on top of here, so you see you can just got a nice little stand with a nice Christmas tree on top of it. And I am really loving how it turned out. Most of the time something pops in my head and I have really no idea how it will turn out. But this time I'm really happy how it turned out. So I will finish them off and then I show you the end result of all 3 of our wooden DIYs. And here you see our 3 made DIYs from wood. Here you see our first DIY we made. I love this sign and I love the rustic touch to it. Also with a little piece of twine on top of it. I am loving it, but you, of course, like I always say, you don't have to do that. You can do it and make it your own special way. You see here our second DIY. I'm loving the colors and especially the bow on top. I am really in love with. And of course, you just saw me making the bow and how easy it was just to make your own high-end bow with some a little piece of ribbon. Here you see my 3 stands for my Christmas trees. I love the print and I love the colors of our print. And like I said, all the prints I use, they are in our free printable. So if you want to make also this DIYs, I hope you just take advantage of this and use the prints. And I am happy you were here and that you made it to the end. I am so thankful for that and I hope to see you next time. Here you see what we will use for this DIY. You see one piece of this cardboard canvas. Of course you have canvas with a wooden frame, but I will use the canvas with some cardboard on the back side of it. Of course we will use 4 pieces of square pieces of wood, and I chose the 15 by 15 because I have this laying around. This was for my winter season, so I will use this 4 pieces. So you need 4 pieces of wood 15 by 15. Of course you can do it any size you like, and of course I will use one bigger piece of cardboard, also 15 by 15, but the top will be on from this cardboard. So I will going to make this into a square. So here you see a little bit what I mean. So I wanted to show you also so you don't think what is he talking about. So I will make the sides, I will make from wood, and I will make the top from cardboard, and the underside will be open. So you also can turn it around for the present, but this will be my wooden present and the top will be from cardboard. Dyanne is also, like you see later, Dyanne is making it from presents. We also bought from the Action, and you can buy them of course from the Dollar Tree. I will start with making my squares, and I will make one piece. Now we're going to start with our present. What I did, you already see my lines. I did take some of the wooden pieces. I was laying it on top of it, just making with some pencil. I'm just measured it out. And of course I will cut it out with some knife. So we have the top from cardboard, but of course you can also saw out. I did 4 pieces of this wood, but you can also do 5 pieces. But for me that didn't work the greatest, because here you see this one I also will make in a Christmas present. I used it already last year from a Christmas present. Then I did it, we used it for the Valentine's season, 2 of them, and now I'm going to reuse it again for this Christmas season. And I am going a little bit for the neutral tones for this Christmas season. So this one also will change up the same way like we use this. And I always say I am so happy always to reuse your decor, because you don't have to buy always new things, because that's always a waste of money. I always say look around in what you have and just turn it around again to make one of your own. So I'm going to cut it out and then I will glue everything together. So here you see already I have my box already glued, and what I did, of course, here's the little piece of cardboard which will be on top. So I will glue this also on top, and then we're going to paint it in the black color. And then we'll also, before I forget, we have to strip our other boxes from the Valentine, so I can paint them all in the school board black paint. So I will glue this on top of it. So for here you see already my 3 boxes. I already will paint in the black, of course, the school board paint, and I will do it in the black color, but of course you can do it in any color you like. So I will do all boxes in the black, and you would say this is also black, but this is spray paint black, and I don't like the finish of it. So I will also do this one also in the school board black. Then you will see that they are fitting nicely together. So this will be a little task, so I will show you when everything is done. So here you see already my boxes are painted, and they are painted in 2 in the black, and I totally forgot to show you that I painted 1 in the white. And you see already I distressed it a little bit, but I will distress it later on even more. But I will do that after I made my printables. So I hope you come along to my computer and then I show you how I make my printables for the present boxes. But before I go further, I totally did forget to show you my inspiration piece, and this is the one from $48 here euros, of course, a little bit the same like dollars. And you see here 3 packages for 48.37. So it's a lot of money, and you see already you can make so easy, make one of your own. What you see here already, I have printed out my print for my black boxes. I will use on 2 sides this print, and on each side this print. And of course every print I use I will have in my free printables. You can make them one of your own, so don't worry if you can make them yourself. You can always go to our description box. There you find the link for free printables, and there is fall, Christmas, farmhouse, a lot of categories, so go and look for it. So you see for the white one I choose a little bit of the buffalo check with some greenery and some black. And of course I also have a little bit of the same ribbon with it, but we will see that later. So for that, so take a look at this print and make one of your own. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to cut them out and I will Mod Podge them on top of one of them. So I will show you that in a moment. So you see already I cut all my prints out, and what I'm going to do right now, I just lay my box on the sides, because I leave the top black because that will be with a ribbon and some greenery, but I only do the sides. So I will do first, I'm going to lay this on top of here, and I will look if the fitting is right, and of course the fitting is okay. So make also how big your box is, also make the print the same way. I'm going to Mod Podge it on top of it, and then I'm going to do on this side, I'm going to do this just a blank one, so you can also use it to write Christmas wishes on top of it. And the other side will be again one with the Christmas tree, and the other side will also be, the opposite side will be this one. So you can put a little piece of twine on it with some little crayon, and everyone can write the Christmas wishes, so you can use it also as a centerpiece on your table for Christmas. So but I'm going to Mod Podge this one on top of it, and then I show you how the box is looking like, because I think you don't want to see that so long how I am going to Mod Podge it. Here you see already I have all 3 of them, the prints on top of it on each side with a little print on it, and the other side a blank, like I told you earlier. So they have to dry right now for a moment, because before we can do the tops and before we can distress a little bit more the white one. So we have to wait for a while, but for you it's only seconds, so I will be right back in a flash. Already on my table you see already one big mess. I am always working with a lot of mess on my table. You see already they are dried right now. The boxes are totally dried, and I am so happy how they turned out, all three of them. This is totally different. This is really farmhouse, and this is a little bit more of the rustic vintage farmhouse. And like I told you, I have to distress them, but I thought I had one of them was extra, so I did one on top of it, and I really liked the way to have one on top of it and then do some greenery inside of it. So I also printed out for my black boxes the top print. My plan was not to use them, but if I am looking right now, I don't know how you think about it, but I am really loving the top, and then I'm going to finish it off. So I'm still going to Mod Podge this on top of it, and then we're going to finish it off with the greenery, with the ribbon. I have some couple of ribbons over here. It's just what I have in my stash. So just look around in your house and just find something you already have laying around, and it's so easy to make, but you already see how easy these boxes are for making. So just going to try one of them if you are done with Dyanne and my video. So I am going to Mod Podge this, and then I'll show you the top. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to distress it a little bit. This one with a little bit black and the brown, and the other ones only with the brown. So I'm going to take just a little bit of my black schoolboard paint and just dab it. Unless there has to be only almost nothing on top of your brush, because or else you get much too much black on your box. But if you like it, it's okay, of course, too. But I am going to just do a little bit around the sides again. You see already here a little bit in the corners, just to give it a little bit more of the black feeling. I hope I do it on camera, but you see already he is getting darker. But if you like a little bit more of the white, it's also fine, but I like it a little bit more this way. But if you like the real farmhouse, then you probably like it a little bit more in the white. So you see already this is one side, and of course I do it later on a little bit of the brown. I'll show you that also in a moment. I will do all sides of them with the black, and then we are going to do the brown. But you see already how simple it is just to distress your own piece. So this is already how the box is looking like with the black distressing. And of course what I'm going to do right now, just do a little bit of the brown, but not too much, just as much as you like. I see already I did a little bit too much over here, but we will work that away. That's the greatest about chalk paint. You also can remove it very easily, and just do a little bit on the sides. And you see already with me it's no rhyme or reason where I do it or how I do it. I'm just doing something, and most of the time it will work out fine. So just use a little bit where you think it needs a little bit of the brown color. So I will finish this off and then I show you. So you see already a little bit how he turned out, and I just did a little bit of the brown and the black, and of course the base was white, black with white on top of it, and then you see already you get a little mixture of all colors, and I think he looks very nice. I'm going to do the other boxes with a little bit of brown, and then I show you how we are going to decorate the top. Finally we are going to do the decorate the top. Here you see already the top of my first box. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use some greenery. I use this kind of greenery, but you can use any greenery you like. I'm always cutting off the underside of our greenery because I don't like the plastic which is showing. I use 4 of the longer pieces, and what I'm going to do, I'm just gluing them on top of my, a little bit in the middle, so in the side directions, a little bit over here. Just make sure you have a little bit the middle. It doesn't have to be exactly the middle, because you can work a little bit with it, and just do some glue on the outside of this one and just glue it also this way. Another big one to go to the other side. For everyone who doesn't like to see how I'm doing it, just skip forward. If you think this is boring, I understand. But for everyone who enjoys seeing how I make my simple base, because this is the simple one you can make, and it's always nice to look. It gives a nice look. That's a better word, I think. At least I always hope it gives a high-end look for, for cheap. Now we have a little bit of the smaller pieces. Here you already see I have the underside already off. What I'm going to do in the open spaces, I am going to lay the smaller ones. And I have to cut off a little bit of this side. And just glue this in the middle of this one. And you see already it gives already a nice look, and only with some simple 4 bigger ones and 4 smaller ones, and just squeeze them in. And of course I'm trying to do it as fast as I can because I don't want you to wait too long. And this will be a little bit of my simple base, which is fitting for a lot of your decor. What I'm going to do, I took 4 of the berries, 2 of the green one, because I have this box, of course, a little bit in the green, a little bit of the brown and a little bit of the white. So what I'm going to do, I'm just remove this one and I'm just going to fold this together a little bit smaller. And what I'm going to do, I'm doing to one this way. So I'm doing just a little bit glue on top of here and just squeeze it a little bit in, but also not too far, because there has to be a bow on top of it, and then you won't see nothing of your berries anymore. And you can use any color berries you like. If you like a little bit better, for the other box I will use the red, so you will see that in a moment. But I will do this one in a little bit of this direction, just squeeze it a little bit in. And just make sure that it glues to your box and not to your fingers like I have. It's always better if you glue it to the box. That's one. Now we are going to do the white. And of course we have to remove this one, because I don't want that kind of leaves for the Christmas season. And I'm just doing a little bit over here. And now we are going to a little bit going this way and just work a little bit under it, because later on you won't see it anymore. Now it looks a little bit strange, but if you imagine that there will be a bow on top of it, then you will understand that everything will be worked away. I still need to get this loose, and of course when you want to go to do it as fast as you can, you will never get it off your... Yes, I'm finally free of my of my leaves. This took a little bit, and of course I'm just laying it a little bit this way. Now we're going to remove our glue wires. And of course what I'm going to do right now, you see already this is very simple, the base. For this box I'm going to use my velvet black ribbon and my little blocked ribbon, of course, together. I will make a bow of it. If you want to see, because I already did a lot of bows in how I make them in my videos. Dyanne, later on Dyanne is showing you her bow, how she is making it, so stay tuned for that. But you see already I am going to make my bow for this, but 2 bows in one video is a little bit too much, I think. But if you want to have another video with a lot of bows in this, just leave a comment down below. But for now I'm going to make it out of camera. So you see already I still have to fluff my bow, but I just did 3 of the brown, 3 of the green. I don't know what happened, but you just fell away. So I'm doing a little bit of the glue inside of the middle, and I'm just going to glue my bow over here. And then later I will fluff it up. I think you call it fluff it up. So I just need to work a little with my buffalo check. So you have on each side a little of each color. So, and of course we have to show a little bit of the coloring. I will fluff it up and then I show you the box incomplete. So don't look at the mess on my table, because on my table is always a big mess. But you see a little bit, this is more of my neutral way of making my bows, and of course there are much better better bow makers than I am. I'm just doing what I think is right. But you think I am really loving how this little present is turned out. I will do the rest a little bit of the same way I did this one, and then I show you all three of them how they are finished. And here is the end result of my 3 present boxes for the Christmas season. Here you see the 2 I reused already for a Christmas ago, a Valentine, and now they are back again for the Christmas season. And you see already I am loving the burgundy red, the dark green, the dark brown and the black. I am really loving this too for in my home for this coming Christmas. And of course this one with the plaid I will use outside. I am really loving. So if you like a little bit more of the farmhouse decor, then probably this is one little bit more your style. But I'm going for a little bit for the rustic and a little bit for the warmer colors. So these two will be in my home. You will find them back in our home too over a couple of months, because Christmas is still a little while away. But I am really happy how they all three turned out. And of course the printables, the free printables, you will find in our description box, so go check it out and make one of your own. In a moment you will see Dyanne, and Dyanne is making them from cardboard but with her own twist and her own style. I already saw them and they turned out beautiful, so go check it out. But for me, I am really happy how mine turned out, and just I always hope you get a little bit of inspiration from it and just make one of your own.
Hey everyone, Dyanne here. Are you ready for this DIY? I'm going to transform these 2 paper boxes into Christmas presents. They're made from cardboard. As you can see, this is the lid, just with an ordinary bow. This is the inside part. It is a gift package, and it has some ribbons upon it. Brown ones, and the box itself is grey. Not the most ideal color combination if you ask me. I think I can make it a little bit more Christmassy than it was before. These boxes were from, I believe, Action. Similar to Dollar Tree in the Netherlands, and USA. Action is actually the Dollar Tree of the Netherlands. So, well, I think I'm start by removing this ribbon. I believe it is just glued on the inside part of the boxes. Yeah, that goes up really easily, look. Only that ribbon is tearing a little bit. So remove through this angle here, which isn't the easiest one, so I'll try to do it first here. Well, the first one was the easiest, I suppose. Yeah, this one comes off too. Might tear up the ribbon, but that isn't a problem, because I think I'm going to throw this away either. I really don't like the color and I don't know what to do either with it. What a struggle. I need a pair of scissors for this job. I'll be back soon. Okay, back again with the scissors. I really need to cut off this tiny part here, which keeps tearing up the whole ribbon. Yeah, there we go. Now it becomes a more steady base for the DIY. This one goes off pretty easy. Okay, this is the top section. inside is glued the same way. So I'm just going to tear it off. Oh, that was not supposed to happen. Let me just quickly save this from destroying the DIY further. I think if I tear it downwards, everything will stay intact. Yes, there it comes, I believe. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to remove these also the same way, just as I did it with the top one. I'm going to do that for both of the boxes. I really don't know the price anymore, sorry. Well, I think, taking a look at Action, there we go. That will be between 2, 3 euros, something like that, for each box. Okay, time to remove the ribbon from the other one, and then we can continue with our base for the Christmas present. I'm ready to give these boxes a makeover. Therefore, I have this blackboard paint, which I'm going to use as a base for the color of the boxes here. I have some very cool ribbons here that I want to use for decorating. I have red one with snowflakes, and this most cute one. They're both from Janny, by the way. Really, Janny is my local supplier for crafting stuff. Here you can see the best. Just little farmhouse trucks with a little bit of glitter. You can see it when I move it upside down. Snowflakes. And it says Merry Christmas. So these are for later use. So I'm going to do something with red. But first we need a nice base. And therefore I'll be using the blackboard paint. Okay. Let me show you a little bit of what the paint looks like. It is very thick stuff. You don't need that much. And it has full coverage within one layer. Look how thick it is coming from the brush. And there we go. Works on every surface. And of course is waterproof, otherwise you can wipe it clean when you need to write something upon your blackboard. This paint comes from Action. Janny and I use it in a lot of our crafts because the quality is super good and the price is also reasonable. And it now is a little bit shiny, but it dries up completely matte. This is a close-up. You can see it here. Now it is shiny, but when everything is dry, it is completely matte. So let me paint the whole things and I will show you how it looks like when I'm done painting. The boxes are now painted black. I only see here and there some little points which I have to do again. But I really like how they look in the black color. Now I want to find a print on the internet which fits in this part of the box. I think I'm going to find two different pictures but are in a similar way, so you can see that these two presents will match each other. I found some printables for the presents. This is the layer for the top section of the present. These are for the sides. Let me just show you close up. This is just a check print from the internet, a free one, free to download. And here we have the prints for the front section. So be careful because the printer ink might be wet. I assembled these ones in Photoshop doing the following steps. The red one you see here is actually the same print as these are. Then I just draw a white part with, you can see here, some green around, just a green line. And I found these images here from Mistletoe, and this is a printable from, I believe, the Design Hippo or the File Hippo. If you want the link, just ask me. I will put it down in the description box because these are free to download. This is a set of two with the same truck and the same letters, only just different text. And I'm going to cut these out now and then just Mod Podge them upon the boxes. One extra tip before you start printing: make sure that there is a visible edge between the part where you need to cut and the part where you don't need to cut. Because Word, this is where I just put these images in, Word stick these ones together, and I really had no idea how to cut them out. So I just noticed it before printing, otherwise I could do the whole thing again. And yeah, you know, printer ink isn't for free. So just move the images up and down a little bit, and now I have a really cool edge, visible white on a darker color for me how to cut. And that's what I'm going to do, just using the largest scissors that I have at home to make a straighter line, because straight cutting isn't one of the things I'm superb in. I keep going until everything is cut out. All images are cut. Now I'm going to glue them. Well, I'm starting to do the first one here on the top section. It isn't exactly the same size as the top section, but that is because if I would have made it bigger, I'm afraid that it wouldn't fit anymore. Okay, so first I'm going to take my fake Mod Podge, because this stuff is, I think, 15 times cheaper than real Mod Podge in the Netherlands. Just pour something on the paper. Then take a clean brush, I need this one, and start brushing out the glue to all the corners of the paper. I might need more if I'm seeing it right now. I think we're almost there. Yeah. Pick it up. I need to stand, otherwise I can't see well enough what I'm doing. This is okay. Carefully drop the image. Then you take a clean brush and start brushing from the inside out. First in the cross section. Oh, sorry. Now just brush out the design towards the edges. And why I do this, just to remove the air bubbles that might be underneath the design. And then you're done. Let it dry. And after it is dry, I'm going to seal it using real Mod Podge, because if I use this cheap glue, I'm going to ruin all the ink from the printer. So the cheaper stuff is perfectly for gluing, but not for sealing. And now we wait. Really happy with how it looks. Really Christmassy. Okay, the boxes are ready, and now I can start decorating them. This is how they look like without any for the decoration. I decided not to seal the designs because now everything has a really cute and matte look, and also the prints are glued pretty neat to the cardboard. So I'm leaving it this way. Next step for me is to use bow, really the words today, to use, I totally forgot the word, what is this being called? Ribbon, yeah, of course, super difficult word. First I wanted to use one with this and one with this kind of ribbon, but to be honest I don't think I like this color combination, so I'm going to use this one another time. I will be using this one on both packages, and this thick burlap will be the base. I'm going to wrap ribbon around like this, and then I'm going to make a nice bow on top. So I'm going to heat up my hot glue gun, then I will start gluing first the burlap to the packages, and then going over it with this one, and then I will make a bow. I will show you how it looks like in the next step. The packages are now wrapped with the burlap and with the ribbon. What I did, just put a little bit of glue here underneath, wrap them around, first the burlap, then the ribbon with the trucks, glued here, here, one on the back, and then this is what you get. Now I want to make a really cute bow on top, and at least I want to use this one for it, and I think where is it? The little bit smaller burlap, because they have the same width together. So not the bigger one that was just for coverage underneath here. Now it's time for bow making. Okay, time to make the bow. You take a piece of ribbon that you want to use. I have a measure part here. I'm using 42 centimeters for each. Oh, I can better do it this way. Otherwise, my ribbon falls off the table. Cut it off at the length you need. Just measure how much works for you. Then you need a staple here. You can also use glue, of course, that is up to you. And this here where the staple is will be the back, so you're not going to see that. Trying to do it. Only put the staple in straight. Press. Now it is attached. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make several out of these, also burlap. Then you can put them together like this, stack them upon each other. So I will show it once again with the same ribbon. You can use all colors that you like. Well, the idea is put the staple part down, do it like this, do it like this until you're happy with how many ribbons you have. And then when you're satisfied, you can bundle up the whole thing with iron wire and put it together. You can even, if you want to, use greenery, you know, like this underneath, and tie that in or tuck that in with the same iron wire, so you have one big piece which you can attach to your package. Here are the burlap parts, also 42 centimeters long, and the width is 5 centimeters, exactly the same as the ribbon with the trucks. Just stick the little thing together again. Well, and then you get the idea of putting this one down, putting this one over here. You know, just make really nice, some sort of funky bow. Now I have 4 loops here. Put them between your fingers and start with the color you like, then add another color. Just put them here in the middle, pinch them between the fingers, and, well, hold them together like this, for example. So with the last part, be sure that you got yourself a piece of iron wire ready, so you can easily, now you have to hold them really tight, pinch them together, careful, don't mess up with the, twist them on the back several times. There you have the bow. Well, it's not perfect, I am aware of that. This one isn't centered, so now you can just fluff them the way you like it. Twist them a bit together. Just rearrange the whole thing until you're satisfied. Cover up the top section of the iron wire just by adjusting the bow a little bit more, making it a little bit more fluffy. make sure that everything is secured really well. And then you can simply take some green and we're going to put it around like this, put it in between and twist this a little bit more. Now you can cut off the excess part of the iron wire, but you have a really cute bow now. Funky, you can rearrange it the way you like it if you want to. Completely with some green. Time to adjust it to the package. You can just put some glue upon the bottom of the bow or upon one of the ribbons if you want to, and glue the thing together to the package. Well, here is the final result of the presents for Christmas made out of cardboard boxes. I'm really curious, but I will see that after the movie is posted on YouTube, how Janny's version turned out. At least I'm happy with mine. And this DIY was a lot cheaper than buying ourselves original farmhouse wooden presents for Christmas, because I think, well, I estimate the boxes were €3 each, so that is 6. The paper and the prints I already had at home. The glue cost me €1, so that is 7. I think I estimate about €10, €12, including the greenery and, yeah, actually the burlap and the other ribbon. The greenery comes in larger branches. I only used small parts of them. But I'm really happy with the cute results, and I really like the prints on the front side. So let us know in the comment section what you think of this DIY, and if you have suggestions or anything else you'd like to say to us, please don't hesitate, just write it down in the comment section, and Janny and I will try to read it as quickly as possible.